begin removing all the monuments, all the flags and so forth, then we're going to put ourselves in a position where we're going to forget our past history, and it's not a history that any of us should really be proud of.
Charleston's mayor says the flag will come down eventually.
The will is there. It might take a little while, but I'm confident it will happen.
I'm Andrew Spencer reporting.
And we have 21 minutes before the hour as Terry Moore reports a change in the way we treat the families of those taken hostage.
Families who have been through foreign hostage traumas got briefed on the review yesterday.
There is a hope and expectation that by implementing many of these recommendations, that we can better integrate the resources of the federal government that are devoted to this effort. They are extensive.
White House spokesman Josh Earnest.
And that we can improve our ability to communicate with the families of those who were placed in this terrible situation.
President Obama will meet with families before making a statement about the revised policy. Earnest would not address reports that the government will no longer threaten criminal prosecutions to families who try to pay ransoms. He noted that the official government policy on concessions will not change.
To offer concessions to terrorists only does allow them to more effectively fund their operations, but also makes American citizens around the globe an even more significant target than they already are.
Families of American hostages killed by ISIS have criticized the current government policy. Some have said they were threatened by government officials if they attempted to raise ransom money to get a family member released. I'm Terry Moore in Washington.
20 minutes before the hour on America in the Morning. And as for those who wind up with ISIS voluntarily, here's Jim Sciutto.
He's a teenager, a Muslim convert from North Carolina, and allegedly the latest ISIS recruit in the U.S. According to the criminal complaint, 19-year-old Justin Sullivan told an undercover agent that he was plotting to obtain a semi-automatic AR-15 rifle to kill as many as 1,000 people. He also threatened to use, quote, biological weapons, coating bullets with cyanide and setting off a gas bomb.
Did you know any of this was going on?
No.
It was Sullivan's father who first alerted authorities, calling 911 in April after his son apparently doused the house in gasoline.
I don't know if it's ISIS or what, but I come home and he's destroying Buddhists and figurines and burning stuff. We're scared to leave the house.
Sullivan can be heard in the background.
Put gasoline in the house.
What are you trying to say over here? I didn't even do anything.
His arrest and more than 30 others like it so far this year demonstrate ISIS's growing reach on the U.S. homeland, as well as a major effort by law enforcement to act quickly.
ISIL has spent about a year investing in trying to reach troubled minds in the United States through social media, to either recruit them to come to their so-called caliphate to fight or to kill where they stand.
And now there is a new fear. There's concern that over time, lone wolves may no longer act alone, joining together in teams, increasing their ability to carry out larger scale attacks, like the shooting in Garland, Texas.
There are many problems in this old world of ours, and the man who keeps his fingers on the pulse of the world is J.J. Green, national security correspondent for WTOP Radio, based in Washington, D.C., the sister station to our flagship, WFED. And J.J., let's start off with a look at Defense Secretary Ashton Carter in Estonia, one of the 3 Baltic states. What's he doing there?
250 pieces of heavy weaponry are going to be positioned in 6 countries in Eastern Europe for the express purpose of training and assisting those countries as they prepare for what could be a difficult face-off with Russia. And he was essentially there to meet with, for the first time since he's been Secretary of Defense, with his counterparts there in his first, I think, ministerial. So, in Estonia, Germany, and he's going to make another stop as well before he leaves the region to solidify the fact that the U.S. is going to stand by all of its allies in the region and to reassure them that the U.S. is indeed interested in their future and will be there to help protect them.
Now, when the Soviet Union broke apart and among other pieces, Ukraine became an independent country, there was a deal that was signed by the leaders of Russia and Ukraine, and I believe the British Prime Minister was Tony Blair and the U.S. President was Bill Clinton, which we've already ignored. It is to say, Putin has already violated a deal that we agreed to on the territorial integrity of Ukraine, and he must be very emboldened. But really, to take on the NATO treaty and its Article 5, which is, of course, the famous "an attack on one is an attack on all." I mean, surely even Putin wouldn't just send tanks across the border into Estonia or Latvia or Lithuania.
Putin is a brinksman, and he is a person who's a student of history, and he's said on numerous occasions that he believes the greatest tragedy or travesty of the 20th century was the dissolution of the Soviet Union. And he, in many ways, appears to want to restore the, quote, territorial integrity of the Soviet Union, i.e. redraw those borders. And this appears to be one step that he's willing to take because he feels as though the world is in a passive position and doesn't want any more war. And he feels like this is the opportune time, especially since the nation appears to be a lot more prosperous than it was in previous years. So this appears to be a part of a broader strategy.
Although it is summertime now, it won't be that many months till it's winter, and Western Europe is heavily dependent on know that if they want to go to the mat over Estonia, that he hopes it's not going to be a really cold winter.
Well, Jim, we've heard that threat before, and we've seen it in part play out on a limited basis. But he's got a lot to lose, too, though, if he goes that route, because the sanctions that could still come could be pretty stiff. And the way that these sanctions work is they tighten the noose not around him, but around the people who support him. And so when those people start losing their lifestyle, start losing their ability to make money, and start losing their prominence, then they might most likely consider withdrawing their support from him. And if they do that, then we probably would see a very different individual.
J.J. Green, national security correspondent for WTOP Radio in Washington, D.C., the sister station to our flagship, WFED. And we're at 14 minutes before the hour. Coming up on America in the Morning, Green Legos. Back after these messages.
They say life is about choices. So let me introduce you to one of the best choices you can make in life, Grainger Choice. The Grainger Choice product line has just about everything we need to keep this place running, from batteries to V-belts, safety to sump pumps. And with Grainger Choice, we can trust that every product is dependable and cost-effective. When it comes to making life choices, here's a great one, Grainger Choice. Get it? Got it? Good. Call, click Grainger.com/choice, or stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
For over 75 years, Geico's kept an eye on the future, keeping customers happy with things like 24/7 customer support and emergency roadside service. And to prove it, here's one of our commercials from over 75 years ago.
At Geico, we promise to always find innovative new ways to serve you. In fact, we're so innovative, in 75 years, they'll listen to this old radio commercial and think, wow, they were innovative.
Wow, we are innovative.
Geico, saving people money for over 75 years.
Are you tired of commuting to a job that makes someone else rich? Working harder than ever, but getting children? With our opportunities, you can start earning money as soon as next week. You get to be the boss, work from home, and live a happier life. At Be the Boss Network, you'll find hundreds of work-from-home opportunities that you can literally start today and be earning money as soon as next week. Go to freedom31.com and start earning money as soon as next week. You get to be the boss. Get out of the rat race. Work from home. Go to freedom31.com right now. freedom31.com and start earning money as soon as next week. You be the boss. Go to freedom31.com.
12 before the hour on America in the Morning. A while back, we told you about the folks trying to set a new Guinness Book record for the most people surfing on one board. Well, now, after a 12-second ride at Huntington Beach, California, all 66 people officially have that record aboard a 42-foot-long board after hanging 660, I guess. Now, Paul Harlan with something childish getting all grown up.
It's hard to see Legos for anything but what they are. Brightly colored bricks, in large part made from petroleum. But maybe not for long. The company is committing itself to going more green, investing over $150 million to find sustainable materials for both its products and its packaging. The goal is to make a switchover to the new sustainables by the year 2030. Within the next year, LEGO will get the process started by establishing the LEGO Sustainable Materials Center and staffing it with over 100 employees. I'm Paul Harlan.
And sustainable would be the College World Series, Robert Workman, at least for another night.
At least for one more night, that's right. They're going to go the distance in Omaha this year. Game 2 last night, Virginia blanked Vanderbilt 3-0. So just like last year, the Cavaliers and Commodores go to a winner-take-all Game 3 tonight. Those two teams, well, they know each other because they were there last year playing the same thing. Major League Baseball going up a level. The Phillies flummoxed the Yankees 11-6. Michael Franco solidifying his status as a Yankee killer. Homered and drove in 5 runs for the second straight night in the Bronx. His go-ahead 2-run double, sparking a 5-run ninth inning off Dylan Betances. Franco, the first Philly to drive in 5 runs in back-to-back games since RBI became an official statistic in 1920. And it's just the third time ever that the Yanks have allowed at least 11 runs in 3 straight games, most recently back in 2000. They've never given up 11 runs in 4 consecutive contests. Ooh, come on, Phillies. Let's get some history tonight. What do you say? The Mariners shut out the Royals 7-0. Rookie Mike Montgomery tossed a 4-hitter in his 4th big league start, striking out 10 against the team that chose him in the first round of the 2008 draft. Even more amazing when you consider how the game started for the lefty. 7 pitches into the game, he had given up 2 singles and hit a batter. Bases loaded, nobody out, 7 pitches in. But he struck out Eric Hosmer and then got a double play grounder, and that was that. And it was pretty good sailing from there on. Dustin Ackley and Logan Morrison providing moral support and home runs, which are helpful. Astros assimilated the Angels 13-3. Luis Valbuena homered twice. That gives him 19 homers and a 195 batting average. We'll see. Rookie Carlos Correa had 3 more hits, including a dinger and 4 RBI, the number 1 overall pick 3 years ago. 20 hits now in his first 15 games. That breaks the Houston record set by the Red Rooster, Doug Rader, back in 1967. Rays blocked the Blue Jays 4-3. Chris Archer holds the highest scoring team in the majors to just 3 hits over 8 innings for his 6th straight win, 9th of the season. 10th time in 16 starts that Archer has allowed 1 earned run or less this year. Tigers trampled the Indians 7-3, scoring 6 times in the 5th. Yoenis Cespedes and Nick Castellanos with back-to-back 2-run base hits, while David Price posted 7 whiffs in 6 2/3. Detroit now 20-5 in its last 25 games in Cleveland. White Sox walked over the Twins 6-2, pounding out 15 hits, 4 of them by Jose Abreu. Jeff Samardzija fanned 7/7 to stop a 7-game road losing streak. Orioles over the Red Sox 6-4. David Lowe, filling in for the injured Adam Jones, hit a 3-run home run, helping Baltimore to its 12th win in 15 games. Wally Pipp, line 2. A's topped the Rangers 8-6. Josh Phegley had a home run and a 2-run double. Ben Zobrist also went deep. In the National League, the Cubs blanked the Dodgers 1-0 in 10 innings for their 4th win in a row. Kristen Orpheus sacrifice fly, giving them a Major League best 9 walk-off wins this season. Jason Hamill and the Argonauts held LA to 3 hits. Of course, the play of the game was made by Keith Hartley, who caught a foul pop in the first base stands while feeding his baby. He was at the game as a fan, Hartley holding his 7-month-old son Isaac in his left arm while grabbing the ball in front of Dodger first baseman Adrian Gonzalez with his right hand. Fan interference was called, but this is not a Bartman situation. This guy's a hero today. Nationals knocked off the Braves 3-1. Steven Strasburg back from the disabled list to go 5 scoreless innings. He missed 21 games with a tight neck. Always have a loose neck, kids. Anthony Rendon had 4 hits, and Washington's won 4 straight. Atlanta had to put their first baseman, Freddie Freeman, on the DL. He has a bruised right wrist. He's hitting .299 this year. Cardinals clipped the Marlins 4-3. Carlos Martinez struck out 9 over 7 innings for his 8th win, despite giving up Giancarlo Stanton's 26th home run, which hasn't landed yet. 484 feet, they measured it. Jason Hayward went deep for St. Louis. Not that deep, but pretty deep. Pirates got past the Reds 7-6, scored all their runs in the 4th inning. Francisco Cervelli tied the game with a 3-run homer. Andrew McCutchen capped the rally with a 2-run shot. Brewers edged the Reds 3-2. New York's dropped 6 in a row. Milwaukee had lost 8 of 9 before last night, so I guess somebody had to win. Padres nipped the Giants 3-2 in 11 innings. Alexi Amarista singled home the go-ahead run in extras. Madison Bumgarner started the game by retiring the first 14 Padre batters he faced, 10 of them by strikeout. He finished the game with 14 strikeouts and no decision. And the Rockies doubled up the Diamondbacks 10-5. Nolan Arenado, a pair of jacks. The latter, a tie-breaking 3-run shot during Colorado's 6-run fifth inning. The Rocks tacked on 3 solo shots after that, just to make sure, because you never know, at Coors Field. At the Women's World Cup in Canada, the round of 16 completed last night as 4th-ranked Japan turned back the Netherlands 2-1 in Vancouver. The defending champions surviving that hard-charging Orange Crush late in the game to continue their title defense. So we're set for the quarterfinals Friday in Montreal. It's Germany and France, followed by the U.S. and China in Ottawa. Both of those games will be on your regular Fox TV network. And then Saturday, the other 2 quarterfinals, Australia and Japan in Edmonton, England and Canada in Vancouver. Those Saturday matches will be on Fox Sports 1. And Tom Brady's appeal, well, it's lost on me, but he and Roger Goodell met for 10 hours yesterday. We'll find out someday whether he's going to get that 4-game suspension. That's Wednesday Sports.
That's Robert Workman. It is 6 before the hour.
Let's turn around and leave town sounds again. Like a B-double-E-double-O-U-N.
Straight ahead on America in the Morning, a very persistent beer run after these messages.
I'm all about keeping it simple. Been getting the same haircut from the same guy for 20 years. You can't beat simple. That's why the first place I turn to when I need something is Grainger. I don't want one place for my safety products and another for my abrasives. Grainger has over 1.2 million products and the solutions I need to help keep this place running. Grainger. Simple. Simple. Grainger. Get it? Got it? Good. Call clickgrainger.com or stop by. Grainger. For the ones who get it done.
Geico Motorcycle presents Reflections from the Road.
Every time I rev my engine down an open stretch of road, I'm glad I switched to Geico Motorcycle Insurance. Because nothing feels better than saving money with Geico. Except maybe the time I saved a life. A squirrel's life. Gave that little feller mouth to mouth, and then he bit me. On second thought, saving money with Geico probably feels better.
Geico Motorcycle Insurance. See how much you could save.
30 years ago, a small group of physicians joined together to form a new community hospital in Olympia. Their goal? Expand healthcare options in our region. Today, while Capital Medical Center has retained its signature hometown feel, it has become a full-service hospital and 24-hour Level 4 trauma facility, serving tens of thousands of patients each year. Capital Excellence is at the center of everything we do. Capital Medical Center is all about community. In just the past 5 years, Capital has provided more than $52 million in charity and uncompensated care to people in need. Capital Medical Center, it's your community hospital. Visit capitalmedical.com for more information. Capital Medical Center is partly owned by some of the physicians who serve our patients.
Four before the hour on America in the Morning. In the Hollywood Minute, Mary Maloney reports an expanding repertoire of impressions.
On SNL, Maya Rudolph played Beyonce.
Did somebody say my name? Hey, it's me. Beyonce.
She's entertained Ellen with her Gwen Stefani impression.
Come on, Ellen, don't you know this song? Up above the world so high.
And now, thanks to Seth Meyers, she has one more character up her sleeve.
Rachel Dolezal. Are either of your parents black?
I don't. I mean. I'm Tom Holland, and I play Billy in Billy Elliot the Musical.
You won't see Tom dancing as Billy anymore. Instead, the British actor will play Spider-Man. See him as the web-slinging hero in 2017. Want to have a little fun? Pitbull will perform in Vegas for 2 weeks this fall. He posted on Facebook, "From Sinatra to Elvis to Mr. Worldwide, it'll be the time of our lives." I'm Mary Maloney.
Now, John Fricke and the case of If at First You Don't Succeed.
Surveillance video from an Atlanta gas station shows a brazen beer thief trying to take off with 2 cases of beer. When the store owner confronted him, the guy pulled a knife and then left. But here's where it gets weird. After the store owner locked the door, the thief came back, pried the door open, and stole more beer. 2 days later, a news crew showed up to report the story, and guess who returns? The owners try to chase him, but he nearly runs them over trying to get away, and yes, he's still on the loose. I'm John Fricke.
Talk about a six-pack of stupidity there. It happened in Muncie, Indiana, when the woman fell asleep while baking cookies. Smoke from the burning cookies triggered an alarm. A neighbor called 911, and now Caitlin Patterson's been busted on a charge of drunk baking. Well, neglect of her 4 kids and pot possession. That's it for America in the Morning for this Wednesday, June 24th of 2015. On this date in 1509, Henry VIII was crowned King of England. His wife, Catherine of Aragon, was crowned Queen Consort, not a permanent position, as it turned out. Our producer is Tom Delac, senior producer Kevin Delaney. I'm Jim Bohannon on Westwood One.
Hi, I'm Tom Kreitler.
And I'm Leslie Segretti with today's Money Pit Minute.
What do creeping ivy vines and carpenter ants have in common? We'll give you the answer right after this.
Great Floors is proud to sponsor the Money Pit on KMAS. And for over 40 years, they've been proud to provide quality flooring for the Northwest families and businesses from showrooms throughout Puget Sound. We invite you to visit your Lacey Great Floors on Martin Way and shop the Northwest's largest in-stock selection of carpet, hardwood, and vinyl from America's top mills, all ready to install in your home. And Great Floors is now your source for natural stone and quartz countertops, too. Visit greatfloors.com today.
That beautiful ivy creeping up the side of your home is also a natural home for carpenter ants. Keep the ivy to a minimum and check it regularly for ants or signs of other insect nests.
You can do it yourself,
but you don't have to do it alone. For more tips, go to moneypit.com.
Alex Jones is on weekdays from 9 in the evening to 1 a.m. on 1030 KMAS Shelton, FM 104.1.
News, I'm Dave Packer. Shock and awe in communities from the Midwest to the East Coast following 2 days of violent thunderstorms. More than 200,000 customers in southern New Jersey and into Philadelphia are waking up this morning without power. ABC's Tom Yamas reports from Washington Township in southern New Jersey.
Right next to me, a 50-foot maple tree that came down in the storm. The neighborhood shook when it came down. That's what residents told me. The real danger, the power lines, they're everywhere. They're on the street. They're hanging. There is no power here. They're being told it could be 2 to 3 days. And with this warm weather, that's going to get really old really fast.
Meanwhile, it's getting hotter in the west, raising the fire danger even more. Northern California's Washington fire doubled in size Tuesday. Neighbors on standby to evacuate. The fire now covers more than 25 square miles of national parkland near the Nevada state line. A major change in policy. President Obama clearing the way for families of U.S. hostages to pay ransom to terror groups without fear of prosecution. More from ABC News Chief Investigative Correspondent Brian Ross.
The policy shift comes as this American woman, 30-year-old Caitlin Coleman of Pennsylvania, is still being held hostage by the Taliban in Pakistan. She was last seen in this video with her husband by her side, revealing she had given birth since being kidnapped in 2012.
I would ask that my family and my government do everything that they can.
Under the new policy, the U.S. would not threaten her parents with prosecution if they tried to raise money to pay a ransom, as other parents say they were.
France is expressing its displeasure today at WikiLeaks revelations that the NSA eavesdropped on the past 3 French presidents. The U.S. ambassador was summoned to the foreign ministry, and the French president held a high-level emergency meeting to discuss the issue. President Francois Hollande calls the U.S. spying unacceptable, a security breach. This is ABC News.
Do you freak out every time you break out? Try Proactive. There's a huge reason Proactive is the #1 acne treatment. It totally works. For just $19.95, you'll get Proactive and a rotating deep cleansing brush. A $45 value, yours free. For only $19.95, you're guaranteed to get clear and stay clear or your money back. Here's the number, 1-800-644-5944. Call now for a lifetime of beautiful skin. 1-800-644-5944.
All set. How was your visit with the dentist? Shall we book another appointment then? Wonderful. I'll sign you up for our root canal rewards. 10th one's free. You're drooling on my papers.
How about a rewards program you'll actually use every day? Introducing Plenty. Earn points at lots of places, including AT&T, Exxon, Macy's, Mobile, Nationwide, and Rite Aid. There's plenty together. Learn more at plentywithani.com. Terms and conditions apply.
There's a national shortage of truck drivers, meaning it's getting more expensive to ship freight. ABC's Scott Goldberg has more.
That allure of life on the road and CB radio camaraderie isn't what it used to be. As thousands of baby boomer truck drivers retire, not so many younger ones are stepping into those cabs, and with more freight getting shipped, the truck industry can't keep up. A report from the Council of Supply Chain Management Professionals says trucks are close to 100% utilization. So companies shipping freight are moving more of it on railroads, which in turn are charging more. The cost of rail transportation went up 6.5% last year. Scott Goldberg, ABC News.
Louisiana's Governor Bobby Jindal is expected to become the 13th Republican to announce a bid for the White House. He scheduled his announcement at a major event in New Orleans today. Jindal is considered a long shot, appealing to the GOP's socially conservative base of evangelical and Tea Party voters, but he barely reaches 1% in the polls. Dave Packer, ABC News.
Local news is brought to you by Fred Holmes Tree Service. FredHolmesTreeService.com, 427-4489.
For KMASNewsRadio.com, I'm Mary Lynn Foster. A Shelton woman has been arrested for stabbing her husband. 50-year-old Stacy Harvey was booked into Mason County Jail on a charge of attempted murder in the first degree. Her husband, Walter Harvey, 49, called 911 Monday morning to report his wife had stabbed him and then fled. Officials responded to the call on South 12th Street and found the man injured from a stabbing. Mason County Medic and Shelton Fire Department treated Harvey and took him to Mason General Hospital. He was later airlifted to Harborview Hospital in Seattle. Stacy Harvey was located by a Shelton police detective who detained her and, after an investigation, booked her into the Mason County Jail. As negotiations on the state operating budget continue, a number of Washington state employees are being informed they're about to get furloughed. About 25,000 state workers have been put on notice they'll be staying home beginning July 1st unless lawmakers come to an agreement on the budget soon. House Democrats put forth a proposal Monday that includes no new taxes and ending tax exemptions totaling $356 million. Officials from the governor's budget office have released a contingency plan on what state offices may have to close completely if a 2-year state operating budget isn't signed into law before midnight, June 30th. The recent announcement that the 2015 Mason County Rodeo has been canceled will hit local horse trainers and ranchers especially hard, but the impact isn't likely to stop there. For many years, the event has brought fans and competitors from across the nation to the region, and many aspects of Shelton's economy will be hurt by the loss of the dollars they brought with them. KMAS's Adam J. Click got reaction from residents of Shelton about the cancellation.
I'd like to know why. You know, what's the deal? Doesn't it make enough money with the entrance?
It's just unfortunate that it had to be canceled. I think it's got a lot to do with the situation with the fairgrounds. And that's it's just a darn shame. What can I say?
Julie Gray, director of the Mason County NPRA Rodeo, told KMAS that circumstances beyond her control led to the cancellation, and they hope to come back strong in 2016. Thurston County officials have issued a countywide burn ban that is now in effect until further notice. That follows action this week by surrounding counties. A Phase 1 burn ban went into effect Monday in Kitsap, Mason, Pierce, Snohomish, and King County. Lewis County's burn ban went into effect last Friday. Thurston County cities and designated urban growth areas already have a permanent outdoor burn ban in place. Weather forecasters predict record high temperatures later this week, along with the possibility of lightning strikes, but little to no precipitation. For 1030 KMAS, FM 104.1, and in Thurston County on 92.9, I'm Mary Lynn Foster.
Free Talk Live.
I don't care what they wrote down on pieces of paper. The fact is, this government exists through consent. It exists through mass consent because people believe in it. It's a cult. People believe in the idea that it's okay to aggress against their neighbors so long as they have a good reason for it. Free Talk Live, weeknights from 6 to 9 on KMAS News Radio.
Ascend Roofing Company in Shelton's on top of it. 868-2730. Roofing work that speaks for itself.
Hey, just a little note to say thank you for the outstanding work that you, Dennis, and especially Jorge and the crew performed for us on our roofing project. On a scale of 1 to 10, we rate it at 10.5. It was a fantastic feeling from start to finish. Your company is a first-class operation and will definitely give your name to all of our friends and family if they're in need of your services.
You could be the next happy customer by calling Ascend Roofing. 868-2730.
It was a big day for Patriots quarterback Tom Brady. Hi, everybody. Therese Crowley reporting on sports.
Anybody who knows and has dealt with Tom Brady knows how genuine he can be. I'm told that genuineness shined through during the course of that appeal, which I think is going to make life more difficult for Roger Goodell to make a decision on.
That was ESPN's Adam Schefter. Brady and his representative met with Commissioner Roger Goodell at NFL headquarters on Tuesday afternoon to appeal the Super Bowl winning quarterback's suspension for his involvement in Deflategate. On to baseball, the Rays win a 6th straight game.
High drive into right field deep to the warning track is Batista to the corner, jumps up, it's gone.
The call on 630 WDAE as Asdrubal Cabrera adds an insurance run in the Rays' 4-3 win over Toronto. Cy Young candidate Chris Archer allowed only 3 hits over 8 innings to pick up his 9th win of this season. More baseball. The Pirates end their 3-game losing streak.
McCutchen hammers it to left field. Way back and gone. A 2-run shot for Andrew McCutchen.
McCutchen tops off the Pirates' 7-run 4th inning as the Bucks would go on to win 7-6. Nolan Arenado continues to show why he's one of baseball's best young stars.
Hit pretty well to left field. Going back, Peralta at the wall. It's gone!
That was Arenado's 2nd homer of the game as the Rockies top off Arizona 10-5. And the Mets lose for a 6th straight game as Milwaukee wins 3-2. In the Cubs-Dodgers game, the play of the game came from a fan. Cubs manager Joe Madden.
That was a great play, and really there's some levity involved for the entire audience. I thought it was great.
The spectacular catch by the fan was made with one hand while holding his baby. That's something you don't see quite often. Therese Crowley, ABC Sports.
For News Radio 1030 KMAS, FM 104.1 and 92.9 FM in Thurston County. Good morning. I'm Dale Hubbard. It is 10 past 6 on your Wednesday, also streaming live video and audio on KMAS.com. Well, welcome to the new day. Yes, Tom Brady states his case, grovels, whatever, justifies, makes excuses. Roger Goodell, listen, you're already unpopular. Just go ahead and slam the door shut on Brady. Call it a 4-game suspension as you originally did. Tell him to bite the bullet and be a man. How about Mike Montgomery? He's a rookie. Tossed a complete game 4-hitter. Now, the team that drafted him, coincidentally enough, the Kansas City Royals. Yeah, 7-0, big win for Seattle. Dustin Ackley, apparently he likes Edgar in the dugout. A single, a double, and a home run for his first 3-hit game of the season. Mariners go on to win, and Montgomery goes 2-2 on the season, becoming only the 2nd pitcher this season to toss a complete game, joining Felix Hernandez, and also became the 10th rookie in Seattle history to toss a complete game as well. Congratulations to Mike Montgomery, the tall left-hander who looked really good out on the mound for Seattle. Now, that evens the series at a game each, and the rubber match tonight. We begin our coverage at 6. First pitch a little after 7. Danny Duffy on the hill for the Royals. He's 2-3 on the season with a 5.87 ERA. And Roenis Elias will be on the hill for Seattle. 4-4 so far this year, looking for win number 5 and a 3.56
ERA. Now, elsewhere, the Sounders face off against Philadelphia's Union this afternoon. Not the labor union, the soccer team called the Union. There you go. Sounders coming off a 2-0 loss to the San Jose Earthquakes. Philly coming off a 5-1 loss to the LA Galaxy. Somebody's got to win this one tonight. And Seattle's really hurting with injuries and suspensions and yellow cards and all that sort of thing. They are in trouble as far as personnel goes, but they'll soldier on as best they can. Speaking of being shorthanded, the USA women in the World Cup this Friday take on China, and they'll be out without two of their starting midfielders. We'll tell you more about that at 6:30. And also, the Portland Timbers are on the road today to the StubHub Center to play against the LA Galaxy. Timbers coming off a 2-0 win against the Houston Dynamo last week. This coming weekend, the Timbers will host the Sounders. Yikes. All right, Jeff Slakey, a little under the weather, I'm afraid, so I'm very afraid for you. A high today of 78 degrees, 77 tomorrow, and 83 the forecast for Thursday. Excuse me, I'm one day off of this thing. It's 77 today, 83 mañana. Mostly sunny and warm is the forecast, and overnight lows right around 50 degrees. And right now it is, in fact, 49. I'm Dale Hubbard. It is Daybreak with Jeff and Dale, and we are absolutely thrilled to have you with us this morning.
It's Daybreak with Jeff and Dale on KMAS News Radio. Join the guys as they talk with neighbors, newsmakers, and each other, getting your day off to the absolute best possible start in the history of mornings. Connect with Jeff and Dale through the KMAS listener line, by email, or Facebook. Now, from where I-5 takes a sharp left toward Portland, Daybreak with Jeff and Dale.
All right, good morning. 6:15 is the time. It is Wednesday, the 24th of June. Wow, the last full week of June, as it turns out, and the news, of course, not only the stabbing that occurred the last day or so, but we also have the rodeo closing that is talking about, and we had some audio there during the newscast. Elsewhere around the Northwest, there were several headlines making their way to the front page, if you will. I did want to mention, though, we do have Dan Griffey scheduled to be in today. He'll be in to visit and give us what we hope is some good news regarding the legislature. And are they going to stay in session? Are we going to shut the state down? Are we going to agree on a budget? Lots of questions yet to be answered, certainly, and we'll have to wait and see how it all plays out here in the days ahead, not the weeks ahead. And so hopefully Dan Griffey will be around to give us a little bit of an update, some information that'll certainly bode well for us, as we are all getting a little nervous about this thing. Now it's Wednesday. It's going to take a couple of days to dot all the I's and cross all the T's. So they need to agree, and they need to do it soon. 2 work days left next week, and then we're all out of June. And when you get to July 1, you got no funding. You got nothing. So, keeping all that in mind, we did want to get you updated on some things that are happening elsewhere around the Northwest, and that would be news and headlines from the Associated Press. Good news, though, here locally as you are aware, we are on our 5th annual oyster eating challenge at Alderbrook Resort and Spa on July 2nd this year, and part of the Thunder on the Canal festivities that go on all day on into the evening along the shores of Hood Canal at Alderbrook. It is a beautiful setting, a wonderful day, a lot of fun, and we will be there once again, thankfully, and we're happy to do so. So that's the dealie, Bob. We did get another contestant yesterday, so we're down to just 2 openings left now to get you up to date and get a full grouping of real eaters. Sometimes we fall a little short and we have to grab one from the audience, and they may or may not be good at it. And we've been surprised by some of the folks that were on the scene that weren't signed up that did participate, but we could use 1 or 2 more to pre-register before the July 2nd date. So you can find the tab to enter on KMAS.com. Look in the upper right-hand corner there where the Daybreak banner usually is, and we've got a chance for you to sign up for the Oyster Challenge on the canal. And that would be certainly well worth your time and effort to get on board with us for that day. And if you don't want to participate in exactly that particular event, you can sure come out and cheer those who have chosen to gobble up oysters, lots of them, all raw, and in 5 minutes time. So, all right, we've got that covered. Jeanette from the city of Lacey, going to talk more about Lacey Days this morning. We're looking forward to a big push. It'll begin this weekend, actually. They've got barbecues and live concerts and the fireworks on July the 3rd, and just a whole lot of family-friendly events scheduled for a 2-week period. Kind of a unique approach in combining resources from the city and the chamber and just a lot of folks who are putting together events. And hey, why don't we get all of our events and put them all together and promote it? They have. They've done a wonderful job. All right, 6:20, Daybreak with Jeff and Dale. Good morning.
You're listening to Daybreak with Jeff and Dale on KMAS News Radio.
Here's more about that barbecue for you from Lacey.
It's time for the South Sound Barbecue Festival, Saturday, July 11th at Hunterman Park in Lacey. If you've got a favorite barbecue recipe, rub, or cooking method, you can enter in 1 or all 5 categories. Prizes are given out for each of the 5 categories. Get all the information at southsoundbbqfestival.com. If you're a business or have something to promote, think about having a vendor booth at the 5th Annual South Sound Barbecue Festival at Hunterman Park in Lacey, benefiting the Lacey South Sound Chamber. Call 491-4141 for more info.
iFiber Communications, the fastest internet provider in Washington State, has just opened their doors here in Mason County and got their first local customers signed up. James, tell me about your experience.
From the first time I learned of iFiber to the day I got hooked up, even now, I felt that my fiber connection and the service given to me have been the #1 most important job to every member of the iFiber team. And not just because I was first in line with my nose pressed up to the glass waiting for a company to take my money.
What differences have you noticed?
I get what I pay for. With non-fiber solutions, you're paying up to the top and never get a constant number anywhere near that top. With fiber, you certainly do. With iFiber, you get it at a competitive and affordable price.
Why should others sign up for
As in television, your bill will be all in one place with no hidden fees or sudden price changes to surprise you month to month like other all-in-one service providers.
Get signed up for iFiber Communications today by calling 360-427-4000 or visit iFiber.tv for more information.
For KMAS News Radio, this is Adam J. Click with a special report. Over this past weekend came the unfortunate news that this year's Mason County Rodeo won't be taking place. According to a statement received by Julie Gray, director of the Mason County NPRA Rodeo, it's due to circumstances beyond their control that there will not be a 2015 Mason County Rodeo. This is an event that for many years has brought equestrian fans and fans of rodeo sport to the Mason County area from all across the nation. In order to gain a better understanding of what this cancellation will mean for the Mason County area, I took to the streets of downtown Shelton and gathered public opinions and statements from many citizens I could find. The sense of disappointment that I found when speaking to people about this issue seemed unanimous across all camps, both those who are involved in equestrian sports and those who've never been to a rodeo before.
I just think it's not fair that people work so hard to try to make this community fun and enjoyable, and it doesn't pan out.
I'm involved with 4-H, and so I know that we're pretty sad about how things have worked out this year. But we know we're making it happen, so that's good. But it would be nice to have a fairgrounds again.
And that probably does have a lot to do with why they weren't able to do it this year.
Yeah, it totally was that, because they kind of did things at different places this year, so that was nice. At least the kids still get to go qualify for state.
I hadn't really thought about it, so I'm not much of a rodeo fan. But it's just too bad to see things close down in the county. I mean, there's always good things happening, and we've seen the pool close, and we've seen other things that are in tough shape because of finances. It's just a tough way to go. But I don't know what the answer is.
Well, I don't normally go, but I think it's a wonderful thing for the city and brings in some revenue and stuff. So it is a shame that it's canceled.
I'd like to know why. What's the deal? Doesn't it make enough money with the entrance?
It's just unfortunate that it had to be canceled. I think it's got a lot to do with the situation with the fairgrounds. And that's it's just a darn shame. What can I say?
Yeah, my mom grew up in Ellensburg, so for a long time when my brother and I grew up, we'd always go across to their yearly fair and rodeo, and it was always fun to go and see. I know my kids love horses, so when the rodeo would be in town, they'd see all the horses, and they'd love it. So hopefully we get something figured out for next year at the soonest.
There is real hope that the Mason County Rodeo will return next year, bigger and better than ever. But, of course, that means they'll have to overcome the things that held them back this year. With a KMAS special report, this has been Adam J. Click.
Hi, this is Louis Anderson, and you're listening to Daybreak with Jeff and Dale.
Oh, God, they're funny, yeah?
I think you said we're funny. Oh, and a very good morning. It is Daybreak with Jeff and Dale. I am Dale. Jeff, under the weather. We hope it's just a temporary deal, and that will be okay and off and flying here in no time at all. But in the interim, Carol Gardner will be in just after 7 to join me and help ease the pain for you. So running solo here the first hour, no big deal. Northwest headlines. This is really wild. One more little story about the U.S. Open, and this is a good story. Pierce County food banks bursting with food like honey-baked hams and tri-tip steaks. The U.S. Open at Chambers Bay closed down. No more golfers, no more fans. 70,000 pounds of leftovers donated by Chambers Bay to the food banks in Pierce County. What a wonderful story. Pallets of food trucked to Lakewood yesterday to the warehouse of the Emergency Food Network. That is wonderful news for those folks. The federal government has agreed to pay the county of Snohomish $7.6 million for mudslide recovery expenses, according to the Daily Herald. Reports that a new FEMA grant for $4.2 million covers part of what the county spent last summer to remove dirt and trees from that zone. And FEMA also awarded $3.5 million for the state's debris removal costs. If you're a Little League fan up in the Snohomish County area, you'll find standing room only after thieves took off with the aluminum bleachers. What a sad state of affairs, my gosh. So that happened over the evening. And a Pierce County woman is asking riders, hikers, and campers to help her find her horse, Dino. It ran off into the woods several days ago and hasn't been seen since. Judy Johnston's 15-year-old Arabian horse took off up a hill in Elby Hill State Forest. And a show horse for most of his life. He's not used to being out in the wilderness. He's a 15-year-old Arabian. And if you see Dino, please let the owner know. And again, her name is Judy Johnston. And those are some of the Northwest headlines that we're tracking here this morning. There are a few more that we'll get to here in just a few moments. Did want to let you know that Relay for Life is up and going strong. Coming up this Friday, they'll have the soft start at 4 o'clock in the afternoon when people assemble and start doing things and going to the booths and all that sort of stuff. And then the ceremonies begin about 7 Friday evening. And, of course, it's a 24-hour walk around the track at the stadium there at Shelton High School. So our thoughts, and we'll have a complete schedule of events. I'll give you the juicy details. Karin Leaf sent that to us yesterday, and we'll get that to you here a little later on this morning, as well as we track sports and news and weather. It's going to be hot, as mentioned, this coming weekend. So it'll be very pleasant over the night on Friday night. Sunday is the 15th annual Mason County Historical Society Car Show. This has become a very preeminent event, and there are typically around 300 cars on display in downtown Shelton, right along Railroad Avenue, to raise, this is a big fundraiser for the Mason County Historical Society and Museum. So, that being said, get there early, and the temperature is supposed to be up around 90 degrees on Sunday afternoon. So there is a call for pie makers right now. In the past, they plan to serve pie at the museum, but they need pie makers to show off their talents and to donate pies. So if you can help, you're asked to make a pie and bring it in on June the 27th or the morning of the 20th. So either Saturday or first thing Sunday morning. Kind and flavor is your choice. There's a refrigerator available for the pies to be kept cold. And boy, we can't get enough pies to go with that Olympic Mountain ice cream. You know what I mean? Okay. All right, we're creeping up on it. It's 6:30 on your Wednesday. Daybreak with Jeff and Dale. The news is next with Mary Lynn Foster.
You're listening to Daybreak with Jeff and Dale on KMAS News Radio.
Local news is brought to you by Shelton Health and Rehabilitation Center. Find them online at sheltonhealthandrehab.com.
For KMASnewsradio.com, I'm Mary Lynn Foster. A Shelton woman has been arrested for stabbing her husband. 50-year-old Stacy Harvey was booked into Mason County Jail on a charge of attempted murder in the first degree. Her husband, Walter Harvey, 49, called 911 Monday morning to report his wife had stabbed him and then fled. Officials responded to the call on South 12th Street and found the man injured from a stabbing. Mason County Medic and Shelton Fire Department treated Harvey and took him to Mason General Hospital. He was later airlifted to Harborview Hospital in Seattle. Stacy Harvey was located by a Shelton police detective who detained her and, after an investigation, booked her into the Mason County Jail. As negotiations on the state operating budget continue, a number of Washington state employees are being informed they're about to get furloughed. About 25,000 state workers have been put on notice they'll be staying home beginning July 1st unless lawmakers come to an agreement on the budget soon. House Democrats put forth a proposal Monday that includes no new taxes and ending tax exemptions totaling $356 million. Officials from the governor's budget office have released a contingency plan on what state offices may have to close completely if a 2-year state operating budget isn't signed into law before midnight, June 30th. The recent announcement that the 2015 Mason County Rodeo has been canceled will hit local horse trainers and ranchers especially hard, but the impact isn't likely to stop there. For many years, the event has brought fans and competitors from across the nation to the region, and many aspects of Shelton's economy will be hurt by the loss of the dollars they brought with them. KMAS's Adam J. Click got reaction from residents of Shelton about the cancellation.
I'd like to know why. You know, what's the deal? Doesn't it make enough money with the entrance?
It's just unfortunate that it had to be canceled. I think it's got a lot to do with the situation with the fairgrounds. And that's it's just a darn shame. What can I say?
Julie Gray, director of the Mason County NPRA Rodeo, told KMAS that circumstances beyond her control led to the cancellation, and they hope to come back strong in 2016. Thurston County officials have issued a countywide burn ban that is now in effect until further notice. That follows action this week by surrounding counties. A Phase 1 burn ban went into effect Monday in Kitsap, Mason, Pierce, Snohomish, and King County. Lewis County's burn ban went into effect last Friday. Thurston County cities and designated urban growth areas already have a permanent outdoor burn ban in place. Weather forecasters predict record high temperatures later this week, along with the possibility of lightning. 104.1 and in Thurston County on 92.9, I'm Mary Lynn Foster.
Hi, Tracy Leckenby here. For 60 years, the family at Cut Rate Auto Parts has been doing business with the families of the Puget Sound. We were saddened to learn of the closing of the Simpson Timber Mill in Shelton. Cut Rate Auto Parts of Shelton will take 10% off at our Shelton store for Simpson Mill employees until they are back to work or the mill reopens. Come see us for full details at Cut Rate Auto Parts of Shelton. Cut Rate Auto Parts, we've got your part, we've got your back. Thank you.
Cut Rate Auto Parts, we got your part.
Hi, I'm Ken Slater, the Roof Doctor. If you're like me, your family's important, so make sure that they're well taken care of. One of the best ways to do that is to provide a safe and warm home to live in. For over 50 years, the Roof Doctor has been helping families stay safe and warm by building roofs that last for generations. Our teams have some of the most experienced roofers in the area, and we only use the highest quality materials to keep your family safe, warm, and dry. That's the Roof Doctor. Give us a call.
For News Radio 1030 KMAS Shelton, FM 104.1, 92.9 FM in Thurston County and KMAS.com. I'm Dale Hubbard. Good Wednesday morning to you. 6:34 the time in sports notes. Boy, I tell you, Monty. Montgomery, a 4-hit complete game shutout over the Kansas City Royals, one of the best offensive teams in the majors. Pretty good job there by the young rook. A 4-hitter against the team that drafted him. I guess he was inspired. Dustin Ackley singled. Dustin Ackley doubled. Dustin Ackley even homered. His first 3-hit game of the season. Mariners beat Kansas City final 7-0. Edgar's on the bench telling those kids how to hit. It's already paying dividends. He hasn't even been there a week. Montgomery now 2-2 on the season. He became the second M's pitcher this season to toss a complete game, joining Felix Hernandez, and he became the 10th rookie in Seattle history to toss a complete game. Montgomery retired 17 straight batters at one point, striking out a career-high 10, allowing only 2 base runners after the second inning. He did get off to a wobbly start, but, well, that's a story for another time. Montgomery was originally drafted by the Royals, eventually traded to Tampa Bay before landing in Seattle via a trade before the start of this season. He walked 0 last night and did have the bases loaded in the first inning with, I think, 1 out. It was, you were going, uh-oh. But then he just turned on the switch. Something happened, and wow, good stuff. Congratulations to young Mike Montgomery, young, tall left-hander, and he's showing that he's got a future in the bigs. Sounders heading out to Philadelphia this afternoon to take on the Philadelphia Union. Sounders coming off a 2-0 loss to San Jose's Earthquakes over the weekend, and Seattle playing shorthanded with Clint Dempsey out, still serving a 3-game suspension. He's still got 2 more games left on that. Alfonso Alonso is also... He is out with a hamstring injury. Seattle is shorthanded, and this is going to be a stretch where they're playing like 5 games in 16 days. This is a brutal part of their schedule. So they'll be in Philadelphia today. They'll be back this weekend to play the Portland Timbers. And Philadelphia, not doing so well either. They lost to the Galaxy last weekend 5-1, which is a slaughter in soccer. So hopefully Seattle will stumble through and get a win. Meanwhile, Portland is traveling today as well, and they take on the LA Galaxy this evening. Timbers coming off a 2-0 win against the Houston Dynamo. And by the way, the game tonight will be heard here live on News Radio KMAS, your exclusive South Sound radio home. For Mariner baseball, Rowanus Elias will be the starting pitcher for Seattle, looking for win number 5. Excuse me. Take a look at our weather forecast here for you. It's no secret. It's going to be sunshiny and warm with some clouds, but sun, lots of it. 79, the expected high today, and 84 tomorrow, and 90 on Friday, and a very warm weekend in store for us. Right now, already 55 degrees and already sunny here at the studios in downtown Shelton.
It's Daybreak with Jeff and Dale on KMAS News Radio. Join the guys as they talk with neighbors, newsmakers, and each other, getting your day off to the absolute best possible start in the history of mornings. Connect with Jeff and Dale through the KMAS listener line, by email or Facebook. Now from Shelton's Media Row, Daybreak with Jeff and Dale.
Hey, welcome to it. We appreciate your company. I'm Dale. Jeff, a little under the weather. We hope it's just a temporary situation, and he'll be back stronger than ever here in the next day or so. But in the interim, we're going to have Carol Gardner in just shortly after 7. All my, and I think my little Jer Bear, she was off to a Shelton School Board meeting, and another a send-off for Mr. Jarvis, Dr. Jarvis, who's leaving us to go to the Renton School District. But he was only here temporarily, as it turns out, and he did, I think, a magnificent job given the circumstances, and a 1 year, hold down the fort, get things turned around, get a good base set, and I think he accomplished a lot of that. So they had a ceremony for him, part of the school board meeting last night, and we'll talk about some other information that came to light. The Splash group of Shelton, the folks who are organized and trying to save the pool, had some good news from their spokesperson, Kathy Haig. So we'll talk to Jerry about that in the next hour. We talked about the Mason County Historical Society and Museum's big car show coming up Sunday, and Relay for Life on Friday. How exciting. I think we're trying to get Vicki and Karin in this week to talk. It's a busy week getting prepared for Friday. And then, of course, you're sleep deprived on Friday into Saturday, and your weekend is pretty well shot after that. So, but they did send us via email a list of events, schedule of events that are going on beginning about 4 o'clock in the afternoon on Friday, and how they expect things to play out during the relay. Let's see if I can't get this popped up on the computer while we're all sitting here right now and yakking about it, because it is pretty important stuff. Relay for Life every year. We do so well, and trying to raise money, and on a per capita basis, nobody does it better than the Mason County folks as far as raising funds to fight cancer. And by the way, that beautiful pirate ship Playhouse is going to be finally won on Saturday afternoon. They'll select the winning raffle ticket. There's still some tickets left, but not many. So if you want to, you should probably think about picking that puppy up and getting that as a part of your your plans this weekend. You need to do that. You need to do that. Absolutely. Okay, so if I got the schedule loaded, it doesn't want to load for me. And being the challenging challenged person that I am, we'll just pass on that for now. We'll get I know it starts around 4, and I know there's an official ceremony. Ha! Just as I was bemoaning my shortcomings here on the computer, up pops the Relay for Life schedule of events. Okay. I'm tracking pretty good this morning. The Master of Ceremonies, and that, of course, Christian Boat, the MC extraordinaire, all night long. And he'll start his stuff at about 4 o'clock, the registration and the early walkers begin. They got the Hope Garden open, 5:30, Survivors and Caregivers dinner at the Survivors tent. Opening ceremonies officially at 7 p.m. The Varmints will be playing about 7:30. Also, the Mr. Relay contest. There we go. Starts at about 8:30 or so, and then the Varmints come back and perform some more for everybody. The Luminaria ceremony. How poignant, moving, and a beautiful evening on Friday night for that. Oh, it's going to be great. 10 p.m. At 11, the balloon release at the Survivors tent. So that's the first half of the evening. Just when you need to get a little second wind at midnight, they got the PJ party for the team captains. Also, there'll be a minute to win it game or 2 or 3. That's always a lot of fun. Music about 1:30 in the morning. Announcements throughout the night. Also, the 5K finished the fight from 8 till 9 on Saturday morning. The fight back ceremony at 9:30. Hokey Pokey to get you jump started at 10. More music. Silent auction closes about noon on Saturday. Kids lap Saturday afternoon at 12:45. Also, some cancer jingles will be played at 1:30 in the afternoon. The team raffle drawing winners will be announced at 2:30 Saturday. 3 o'clock, all winners in the afternoon, and a closing lap with survivors, caregivers, and team captains, team members, and everybody at 4 p.m. with whatever gas he got left. Our thanks to all who volunteer and celebrate and remember. And again, one of the best per capita groups in the country, always in the top 10. Something to be very proud of. So, Relay for Life, this Friday through the evening up at the Shelton High School main football field there, the stadium, they call it. So that is going to be a lot of fun. And again, our hats off to all the folks involved in that. A couple of more oyster challengers have stepped forward. So we're thrilled that we've got some contestants that know how to eat oysters. Clayton, are you listening? You're in trouble, buddy. 2 more openings left, though. If you'd like to be in the Oyster Challenge, go to KMAS.com to find out more. It is 6:46. Good morning.
You're listening to Daybreak with Jeff and Dale on KMAS News Radio.
Habitat for Humanity of Mason County invites you to shop their local retail stores in Belfair and in Shelton. Construction volunteers are needed. Whether you're a construction professional or novice, Habitat for Humanity needs you. Give them a call or visit their website, and when you shop Habitat for Humanity, your dollars are put to work helping to improve, build, and maintain affordable housing right here in Mason County. Habitat for Humanity. Let's build a strong community together.
Washington Democrats are doing some serious horse trading in Olympia. While across the country, solar has become affordable and created 30,000 new solar jobs last year alone, a new bill in Olympia would limit solar to the wealthy and limit solar choice for the rest of us. The state's utilities are pushing a bill that protects their monopoly, keeping the state's electricity stuck in the 70s. Will Washington Democrats wake up to the rising solar economy, or will they fall asleep at the wheel? Paid for by the Alliance for Solar Choice.
The City of Lacey Parks and Recreation presents Lacey in Tune, summer concerts in the park. Enjoy local bands as well as regional acts. Tuesday evenings offer children's entertainers. Wednesdays at noon and Saturdays at 7, enjoy a great mix of high-energy music at Huntemer Park in Woodland Square. For more information on each week's musical lineup, visit the City of Lacey online.
Lacey Parks and Recreation.
Want to know how you can instantly access your personal health record from anywhere 24/7? My Mason Health connects you with your medical and health information on the internet for free, from home or away, at work or on vacation. Now you can securely access your health and medical information electronically. View your medical records, manage your doctor's appointments, message your healthcare providers, monitor your health condition, and more. My Mason Health puts you in exclusive control of your personal health record and who gets to see it. Sign up for My Mason Health at your next hospital or clinic visit and get connected.
Mason General Hospital and family of clinics. Equal opportunity provider. Translation services provided.
Mason General and family of clinics.
Daybreak with Jeff and Dale, live and local, weekdays from 6 to 9 on 1030 KMAS Shelton, FM 104.1, and now in Thurston County on 92.9.
Hi, this is Bud Nick, voice of the Washington State Cougars, and you're listening to Daybreak with Jeff and Dale on KMAS News Radio. Go Cougs. Go Cougs.
Yeah, there it is. Go Cougs. All right. Go Cougs indeed. We will be bringing you Washington State University Cougar football. Doesn't that sound like a Cougar? Again, this fall, we're excited about football season. I know it's just still June. But what did I hear yesterday? There's 2 seasons, football season and getting ready for football season. That's not literally true, but it was kind of funny when I heard it. In some cases, some football fans are that adamant about the whole thing. But we are in the throes of baseball season. In fact, we're creeping up on the All-Star break, which will be happening in about a week or two. And the Mariners are positioning themselves to be able to get a run towards success here. And let me explain that to you. It feels as though we've been stuck in a rut all season long, and some of our losses have been really, really ugly. But the good news is that, if you look closely, we've got more wins than it feels like. And so we're not that far removed, and we got a chance to win another series today, and we won the series against the leaders of the pack, the Houston Astros, who walloped on L.A., by the way, yesterday. So, if you can keep pace with the rest of the pack, you just have to take care of business here in the American League West. Well, you never know. Edgar in the dugout, I think, is going to have an impact. How big of an impact remains to be seen, but it could be huge. It could be huge. It sure paid off for Dustin Ackley last night, who got 3 hits, a single, a double, and a homer. Nope. So good on him. We'll have Mariner Trivia this morning, a chance for you to qualify for our Friday drawing for a pair of tickets to the Nelson Cruz bobblehead night coming up against the Angels on Saturday night, July 11th. So a chance for you to win tickets to that. But the preliminary part of that deal is to win the daily trivia contest. And we'll have a contest not too far from now, and it will have plenty to do with young Mike Montgomery. You can call him Monty. You can call him a winner. A complete game shutout against Kansas City last night for the youngster. And so that's pretty cool stuff. Really good stuff. And so a complete game shutout. Second Mariner this season to do so, Felix being the other. So that's no surprise. So congratulations to Mike Montgomery and the Mariners, 7-0 winners over Kansas City. The rubber match of the 3-game series is tonight. We'll begin our coverage at 6 with the first pitch scheduled. At the top of the hour, we mentioned that Adam is on the streets talking about the rodeo that is not going to happen this year, and but he will be talking to the folks about the rodeo, and there will be a rodeo in 2016. Just logistics didn't work out, and it's not a conspiracy. It's not a big, deep secret or any big bizarre reason other than they couldn't get the facility ready in time to be able to have the traditional dates, which would have been this year, the 25th and the 24th and 25th of July for the rodeo. So 1 year hiatus, but we'll be back stronger than ever for next year. And you just have to trust that that is going to be the case. Coming up this morning, Representative Dan Griffey from the 35th District. He'll be in studio with us in just a little while. Jeanette from the city of Lacey, Washington. Lacey Days. I want to cue up Spanky and our gang and that lazy days. But we'll stay with Lacey Days. And a lot of stuff going on between the city of Lacey and the Chamber, South Sound Chamber of Commerce there in Lacey. And they've got, just really 2 weeks of events scheduled for the families. And it's pretty incredible, this barbecue that they've got planned out, some of the concerts, a big fireworks display that they have scheduled for July the 3rd. We'll talk to Jeanette more about that in the 8 o'clock hour, right ahead of Port of Call, which was the last time that I was anchoring this, sitting in this chair was last Wednesday, as it turned, just coincidentally enough. And so John and Dick will be in, John Dobson and Dick Taylor from the Port of Shelton, and our weekly feature, Port of Call. That all straight ahead today. And we hope you can stick around and enjoy some of that for you. The Mariner Trivia Contest is coming up as well. 6:54 the time. We'll have the Old Farmer's Almanac on the way here in just a little while, right ahead of ABC News and an update from around the country and around the world. That'll be coming your way here in just a little while. Also, some other, let's get some other notes and headlines from around the state here this morning. There's been a few other events that have been happening that we should probably share with you. One senator anyway believes that a financial incentive might help the future lawmakers get their work done on time. This comes from Republican Senator Joe Fain. He has introduced a bill that would prevent lawmakers from raising campaign funds for the same number of days that it takes them to adopt an operating, capital, or transportation budget during any special session. Want me to say that again? Republican Senator Joe Fain has introduced a bill that would prevent lawmakers from raising campaign funds. They cannot raise campaign funds for the number of days that it takes them to adopt an operating, capital, or transportation budget during any special session. So if it took them 25 days to, in special session, to come up with these budgets, then they cannot raise funds for 25 days. All right. Wildfire burning in a remote area of the Olympic National Park has scorched more than a square mile. Fire managers say the fire in the area just north of Quinault, 13 miles north of Quinault, and has spread north and northeast into high mountains and rugged terrain. The fire caused by lightning, and it may have been a lightning strike in late May, and here we are at the end of a month. It's been smoldering, and it wasn't really detected until about 10 days ago. So everybody keeping an eye on that and hoping the fans, the winds don't fan the fire to make it a danger. But it has burned about a square mile, so that's not good. The man charged is in the death of an Orting woman, went missing for more than 2 weeks before her body found in a ravine. The prosecutors charged Jonathan Harris of Graham, second-degree murder. Nicole White, last seen leaving a Spanaway bar June 6th with Harris, whom she'd met through an online dating service. Yikes. He's arraigned today. And federal authorities defended their latest plan for mitigating damage to salmon and steelhead imperiled by hydroelectric dams in the Columbia River Basin. Yesterday, the government argued its approach is resulting in more salmon surviving at dams, juvenile fish migrating faster to the ocean, and more fish returning to restored habitat. But conservationists said the plan is flawed because it employs a lower recovery standard, rolls back the spilling of water over dams, and does not take climate change into account. So the controversy continues, as is the way it is in America these days. Controversy. We'd have it no other way, I suspect. All right, we're creeping it up on 7. 6:57 is your time. Carol Gardner will join me next hour here on Daybreak.
You're listening to Daybreak with Jeff and Dale on KMAS News Radio.
Summer may have officially arrived only 3 days ago, but today is designated as Midsummer Day. An in-depth look at the old-time observance today from the Old Farmer's Almanac.
Are you tired of commuting to a job that makes someone else rich, working harder than ever, but getting nowhere? Do you hate spending hundreds of dollars every week on daycare, having someone else raise your children? With our opportunities, you can start earning money as soon as next week. You get to be the boss, work from home, and live a happier life. At Be the Boss Network, you'll find hundreds of work-from-home opportunities that you can literally start today and be earning money as soon as next week. Go to freedom27.com and start earning money as soon as next week. You get to be the boss. Get out of the rat race. Work from home. Go to freedom27.com right now and change your life today. That's freedom27.com. Go to freedom27.com and start earning money as soon as next week. You be the boss. Go to freedom27.com.
With more practical tips and useful advice, this is the Old Farmer's Almanac Radio Report for Wednesday, June 24th, the 175th day of the year. Musician Mick Fleetwood has a birthday, and this is the day traditionally recognized as Midsummer Day. While it's lost much of its importance in the modern world, Midsummer Day was once observed across the Northern Hemisphere with festivals and Thanksgiving. Before the Industrial Revolution, when winter meant long nights of total darkness, the return of the sun to its highest point was a real cause for celebration. It's especially meaningful to farmers as it marks the halfway point between planting and harvesting. And if you need a reason to go tiptoeing through the tulips, here's one. Folklore says dew on Midsummer Day has special healing powers. That is the Old Farmer's Almanac Radio Report. Learn more and sign up for our free newsletter online at almanac.com.
Daybreak with Jeff and Dale, live and local, weekdays from 6 to 9 on 1030 KMAS Shelton, FM 104.1, and now in Thurston County on 92.9.
Here's the latest from ABC News. I'm Dave Packer. The South Carolina state senator murdered at that Charleston church, along with 8 others, is being mourned at the state capitol today. ABC's Lindsay Davis is in Columbia this morning.
Here at the Capitol, the senior pastor who was killed in the massacre, who was also a state senator, will lie in state here today. And while some legislators say it's time to mourn his passing and too soon to debate the Confederate flag on the Capitol grounds, Tuesday, the South Carolina Senate and House voted overwhelmingly in favor of discussing taking the flag down.
President Obama clearing the way for families of U.S. hostages to pay ransom to terror groups without fear of prosecution. ABC's chief investigative correspondent Brian Ross.
Officials say the change comes in the wake of what happened in the case of hostage James Foley. While ISIS was threatening him with death, his parents say a White House official was threatening them with prosecution if they tried to raise a ransom for his freedom.
In Nashville, a judge Tuesday declaring a mistrial in the case of 2 former Vanderbilt University football players convicted of rape of a female former student in 2013. The judge accused a juror of failing to disclose an attack against himself. ABC News legal analyst Dan Abrams says the ruling means another trial is likely.
We're basically going back to square one now, as if they've been charged, they're presumed innocent, and the process moves forward.
French President Francois Hollande will hold an emergency cabinet meeting to address WikiLeaks reports that the NSA has been spying on French presidents, past and present. John Sopel with our partners at the BBC.
In a document entitled Espionage Elysée, WikiLeaks claimed that the U.S. National Security Agency has been intercepting the communications of the last 3 French presidents. There's no source for this other than the claims made by WikiLeaks themselves, but they are being reported widely in the French media. And given previous disclosures from the whistleblower Edward Snowden, the claims seem plausible.
This is ABC News.
You're running your business.
And we at Wix.com know things can get stressful, but creating your website doesn't have to be. With Wix, you can create a professional website all by yourself. It's easy and free. You don't have to be a programmer. Just drag and drop everything into place. It's your website, your style. Show the world what you can do. Go to Wix.com and create your own stunning website today. It's easy and free.
This is Lori Grenier. You've seen me on Shark Tank. I'm always hearing from business owners who just can't get the money they need to grow. It's time for funding to catch up to the 21st century. It's time for Cabbage. Fill out the application online and you'll get a decision in minutes and could have access to a line of credit of up to $100,000. No waiting, no hassle. Cabbage is the real deal, A+ rated by the Better Business Bureau and twice a Forbes Top 100 company. So go to Cabbage.com. That's Cabbage with a K, Kabbage, or call 888-CABBAGE.
It was a rough commute home Tuesday night for some New York City area commuters after violent storms brought down power lines and forced Amtrak to temporarily suspend service on its Northeast corridor. ABC's Tom Yamas has more.
During the power outage, there was an Amtrak train that got stuck on the tracks for about 50 passengers on that train. They were supposed to arrive at New York Penn around 8:15. They didn't make it till 1:30 in the morning. Many of those passengers took to social media, tweeting Amtrak, saying they were left on the track for 5 hours and they had no idea what was going on. So some very irate passengers on that Amtrak train who were stuck on the tracks.
Could be more tornadoes for parts of Iowa, Illinois, and Indiana today. Facebook now worth more than Walmart. The social network's rise in stock value has now pushed the giant retailer out of the top 10 companies. Only $4 billion separates the two companies, and the switch in positions really only symbolic, but it does show how much investors love tech stocks. Dave Packer, ABC News.
Local news is brought to you by Fred Holmes Tree Service. FredHolmesTreeService.com, 427-4489.
For KMAS NewsRadio.com, I'm Marilyn Foster. A Shelton woman has been arrested for stabbing her husband. 50-year-old Stacy Harvey was booked into Mason County Jail on a charge of attempted murder in the first degree. Her husband, Walter Harvey, 49, called 911 Monday morning to report his wife had stabbed him and then fled. Officials responded to the call on South 12th Street and found the man injured from a stabbing. Mason County Medic and Shelton Fire Department treated Harvey and took him to Mason General Hospital. He was later airlifted to Harborview Hospital in Seattle. Stacy Harvey was located by a Shelton police detective who detained her and after an investigation booked her into the Mason County Jail. As negotiations on the state operating budget continue, a number of Washington state employees are being informed they're about to get furloughed. About 25,000 state workers have been put on notice they'll be staying home beginning July 1st unless lawmakers come to an agreement on the budget soon. House Democrats put forth a proposal Monday that includes no new taxes and ending tax exemptions totaling $356 million. Officials from the governor's budget office have released a contingency plan on what state offices may have to close completely if a 2-year state operating budget isn't signed into law before midnight, June 30th. The recent announcement that the 2015 Mason County Rodeo has been canceled will hit local horse trainers and ranchers especially hard, but the impact isn't likely to stop there. For many years, the event has brought fans and competitors from across the nation to the region, and many aspects of Shelton's economy will be hurt by the loss of the dollars they brought with them. KMAS's Adam J. Click got reaction from residents of Shelton about the cancellation.
I'd like to know why. You know, what's the deal? Doesn't it make enough money with the entrance?
It's just unfortunate that it had to be canceled. I think it's got a lot to do with the situation with the fairgrounds. And that's it's just a darn shame. What can I say?
Julie Gray, director of the Mason County NPRA Rodeo, told KMAS that circumstances beyond her control led to the cancellation, and they hope to come back strong in 2016. Thurston County officials have issued a countywide burn ban that is now in effect until further notice. That follows action this week by surrounding counties. A Phase 1 burn ban went into effect Monday in Kitsap, Mason, Pierce, Snohomish, and King County. Lewis County's burn ban went into effect last Friday. Thurston County cities and designated urban growth areas already have a permanent outdoor burn ban in place. Weather forecasters predict record high temperatures later this week, along with the possibility of lightning strikes, but little to no precipitation. For 1030 KMAS, FM 104.1, and in Thurston County on 92.9, I'm Marilyn Foster.
Hi, this is Dr. Joy Brown. Please join me on my program this weekend on 1030 KMAS and FM 104.1. I'm here to help you solve life's problems. Are you in a relationship that just isn't working out? Is a family member or coworker driving you up a wall? Or maybe there's something you just want to get off your chest. I'll do my best to help you through life's troubled waters, and maybe I can even put a smile on your face. So join me, Dr. Joy Brown, on your station for sound advice, 1030 KMAS and FM 104.1.
Family-owned Gillis Auto Center in Shelton. Best deals, best price, best trade, and low payment. Just go to Gillis. Matter of fact, inventory's busting at the seams right now, and Gillis is ready to deal today. Just go to Gillis. Ford certified pre-owned. 1.9% APR up to 72 months. We're talking the F-150, Ford Focus, Fusion, and Escape. A huge selection of pre-owned with prices as hot as the weather at the City Center Matlock exit and GillisAutoCenter.com. Financing OAC.
It was a big day for Patriots quarterback Tom Brady. Hi, everybody. Therese Crowley reporting on sports.
Anybody who knows and has dealt with Tom Brady knows how genuine he can be. I'm told that genuineness shined through during the course of that appeal, which I think is going to make life more difficult for Roger Goodell to make a decision on.
That was ESPN's Adam Schefter. Brady and his representative met with Commissioner Roger Goodell at NFL headquarters on Tuesday afternoon to appeal the Super Bowl winning quarterback's suspension for his involvement in Deflategate. On to baseball, the Rays win a 6th straight game.
High drive into right field deep to the warning track is Batista to the corner, jumps up, it's gone!
The call on 630 WDAE as Asdrubal Cabrera adds an insurance run on the Rays' 4-3 win over Toronto. Cy Young candidate Chris Archer allowed only 3 hits over 8 innings to pick up his 9th win of this season. More baseball. The Pirates end their 3-game losing streak.
McCutchen hammers it to left field. Way back and gone! A 2-run shot for Andrew McCutchen.
McCutchen tops off the Pirates' 7-run 4th inning as the Bucks would go on to win 7-6. Nolan Arenado continues to show why he's one of baseball's best young stars.
Hit pretty well to left field. Going back, Peralta at the wall. It's gone!
That was Arenado's 2nd homer of the game as the Rockies top off Arizona 10-5. And the Mets lose for a 6th straight game as Milwaukee wins 3-2. In the Cubs-Dodgers game, the play of the game came from a fan. Cubs manager Joe Madden.
That was a great play, and really there's some levity involved for the entire audience. I thought it was great.
The spectacular catch by the fan was made with one hand while holding his baby. That's something you don't see quite often. Therese Crowley, ABC Sports.
For News Radio 1030 KMAS Shelton, FM 104.1, 92.9 FM in Thurston County, and online on KMAS.com. I'm Dale Hubbard. The Rook did good. Mike Montgomery, Monty, tosses a 4-hitter against the team that drafted him. Dustin Ackley singles. He doubles. He homers for his first 3-hit game of the season. Is it fallout from Edgar being in the dugout? Hopefully it is. Seattle Mariners beat the Kansas City Royals 7-0 last night. Montgomery, now 2-2 on the season, became the second Mariners pitcher this season to toss a complete game, joining Felix Hernandez, and became the 10th rookie in Seattle Mariner history to toss a complete game. So congratulations to Monty. Congratulations to the Mariners, evening that series at a game each. And the third and final rubber match tonight at 6. Roenis Elias on the hill for Seattle. Danny Duffy will be taking the hill for Kansas City, and the first pitch scheduled just a touch after 7 right here on News Radio KMAS. Sounders on the road against the Philadelphia Union this afternoon. Sounders coming off a 2-0 loss to San Jose's Earthquakes. Very short-handed right now due to suspensions and injuries. Seattle is. Philly not doing so well either. I think they just got a bad team. They lose 5-1 to the LA Galaxy last weekend. Meanwhile, the Portland Timbers travel today to the StubHub Center down near Los Angeles to take on the LA Galaxy. The Timbers coming off a 2-0 win against the Houston Dynamo. Portland and Seattle in Portland this weekend for another leg of the Cascadia Cup Dealy Bob.
Official term.
Yeah, that's the official term. All right. As you heard, third and final game of the College World Series. Kind of exciting tonight. Winner take all. Vandy and Virginia, the Cavaliers and the Commodores. And so it should be a pretty good game for you baseball fans that like college baseball. It is really very exciting. And Tom Brady, he whined and he postured and he yacked. In 10 hours, he kept Commissioner Goodell intrigued with all the flimsy excuses he could come up with as to why those balls were deflated. There's no timetable as to when a ruling will be announced. It should be just today, and they should just say as originally suspended for 4 games. That will take place beginning first game of the season, and let's get it all behind us. I don't think anybody at all wants to hear any more about Deflate Gate. All right, time for a check on the weather over at Weather Central.
Good morning, Dale.
It is Carol Gardner. Hi.
It is I. Good morning. Carol Gardner here in place of Dale, in place of Jeffrey. So you know how it goes.
I do.
Well, currently it's 57 degrees out right now, sunny. There is a little bit of clouds outside. And then it's going to be high today of 78. And then it's just going to get warmer, 84 tomorrow, 90 Friday. And there is also a special weather statement in effect. It's just super hot, basically. Fire danger is high.
Oh, really?
Drink lots of water. Don't leave your pets in your car. Use common sense.
Stay hydrated. Stay cool.
Yes.
Fool. Hey,
Exactly.
oh, wait, we got to officially start the show. So it's
57.
What is 57 degrees
Yes.
already?
Yes.
It's almost nearly 60 already.
Yes.
7:14 is the time. Good morning.
It's Daybreak with Jeff and Dale on KMAS News Radio. Join the guys as they talk with neighbors, newsmakers, and each other, getting your day off to the absolute best possible start in the history of mornings. Connect with Jeff and Dale through the KMAS listener line, by email or Facebook. Now, from somewhere in the wilderness of the Olympic Peninsula, Daybreak with Jeff and Dale.
Okay, 7:14. Daybreak with Jeff and Dale. Jeff's under the weather.
He is under the weather.
So I didn't know whether to say anything or not on the air.
That he was under the weather?
Well, I said he was under the weather. I didn't get specific about it.
Well, we don't have to get specific.
Okay, so hopefully his speedy recovery. He said that he wasn't as bad as he was yesterday since he started taking the antibiotics.
Well, that's good. Good to know.
So no, it's not a social disease or anything.
No. You're making it sound worse than it is.
Yeah. It's
Oh, my gosh.
Not that bad. So his wife's probably rolling her eyes big time now. What in the world are they talking about now? So anyway, he did text me, got a few things set up for me this morning, and then he says, now back to bed. And I just texted him back, and I said, good night. That was about like 5:30 this morning.
I know.
So he's a trooper from home, even though he's like sidelined with being sick. And, I think the culprit is Kaiser.
Oh, well, yeah, because
It's
he
got to
goes.
be a little kid germ got into the household.
Yeah. Well, that's usually what happens because, they're at the babysitters and all the kids. And school teachers are one of the sickest people because they're always sick.
Of germs.
Exactly.
I was never more sick more often than when my kids were little.
Right.
Like that.
Right.
And going to preschool and these little kids, they got this, the nose is just it's just dripping and and then the other kids are playing and they're sharing toys and they're I like you and they kiss and it's just crazy. And so that usually spells doom for an adult. They can't, got there's no preventing kids' diseases. They just jump right into your system.
It's not like
wow, look how big it is in here.
You're not going to isolate your kid. I mean, you have to actually touch them and bring them home, especially when they're super small. So you are going to get sick. It's just what happens.
That's just what happens.
As a parent.
All right. Very nice morning. 55 out there, on our way to the 80s today.
Yes.
And into the 90s by Friday.
Yeah. I mean, it's going to be hot, and we've already, there are fires everywhere. The brush fire was cleared up sometime yesterday, the one on 101 Camilchi area.
Yeah.
There was it's the sides burned. You can clearly, obviously, see that the burnt side of the hill. No smoke, though, smell this morning at all. So,
Adam was on the streets talking to folks about the rodeo, the suspension of the rodeo.
Right.
So we'll have that coming up soon here this morning, and as we get close to break time, we'll have Adam J. Click and his report on that. It is on everybody's mind, but again, it's a temporary thing. Don't be too excited about it. Don't get too sideways about it.
Yeah, people are like, oh, there's going to be no Forest Festival. There's going to be no this, no that, no Oyster Fest, but that's not necessarily true.
No.
As far as I know, there will be an Oyster Fest.
Oh, yes.
As far as I know, next year there will be another Forest Festival.
Yes.
It just wasn't Simpson. It's the community.
Right.
The Forest Festival. So that will continue on next year.
I hesitated on breaking this as well, but Jerry and I were talking and doing a little investigating on the Simpson closure and Olympic panel products and all this. 40% of the employees aren't not Shelton residents.
Right.
Of Simpson.
Yeah.
They got laid off.
I know.
60%, yeah.
Yes.
But not 100% of everybody lived and worked here.
Right.
So it is horrible. It's a terrible thing. Everybody has to get retrained and change their lives and all that, and a lack of income and all that. But you have to move on. We have to pick up our bootstraps and go.
You have to go forward.
And everybody has to support each other in this effort. So let's just try to keep our chins up and our attitudes up as well. Washington State Representative from the 35th District, Dan Griffey, scheduled at 7:40 this morning. He will hopefully have some good news. I know he'll probably talk about this proposal, this bill that was introduced by a fellow Republican to maybe have fundraising activities suspended for the amount of days that they are in extra session.
I think it's a good idea, but I also think they just shouldn't get paid. Really.
Period.
Yeah. They should not get paid for special session. If they can't get it figured out, if they knew they weren't going to get paid, maybe they would get it done.
Yeah. Well, they not only got paid, but they got per diem.
Yes.
And, here's some passes to the golf tournament. All right, we won't go there.
We're not trying to diss you, but...
Let's take a break here. Welcome to it. Daybreak with Jeff and Dale. Carol in for Jeff. 7:19 on your Wednesday.
You're listening to Daybreak with Jeff and Dale on KMAS News Radio.
Alderbrook Properties present Golf Balls from Heaven. It's all part of the 5th annual Love Inc. Golf Tournament Ball Drop and Auction, Monday, July 20th at Alderbrook Golf Course. For a $10 donation, you'll have a golf ball dropped on the 18th hole from a helicopter donated by Olympic Air. 10 cash prizes will be awarded for the balls closest to the pin. A hole-in-one will pay out to... Last year, over 20 area churches helped out over 2,000 people. Call Love Inc. today. They'll arrange to pick up your donation. 360-462-LOVE. 462-5683. Donations are tax deductible. Call for a ball today. 462-LOVE. And come on out for the big drop on Monday, July 20th. Golf balls from heaven.
At McDonald's, any small McCafe drink is now just $2 all week long. So whether your pant leg gets caught in your bike chain on Monday, you get caught out in a storm on Wednesday, Or an eagle develops an interest in your salmon-colored shirt on Friday.
Not again!
All it takes is $2 to make your day better. Try the new frozen strawberry lemonade and the new cookies and cream frappe. Like all your McCafe favorites, a small is just $2. It's the perfect way to McCafe your day. Price and participation may vary. Limited time offer.
This is your loving reminder to try McDonald's new sirloin third-pound burgers, made with juicy 100% North American sirloin and premium ingredients. But they're only here for a limited time, and if you miss out, you'll never know how incredibly delicious they taste. Just like you'll never know how incredible it is to read people's minds. Oh, I'm hungry. Or see the inside of the refrigerator after you shut the door. Dark. Don't miss the sirloin third-pound burgers at McDonald's. Better enjoy this lovin' while it lasts. At participating McDonald's.
Washington Democrats are doing some serious horse trading in Olympia. While across the country, solar has become affordable and created 30,000 new solar jobs last year alone, a new bill in Olympia would limit solar to the wealthy and limit solar choice for the rest of us. The state's utilities are pushing a bill that protects their monopoly, keeping the state's electricity stuck in the 70s. Will Washington Democrats wake up to the rising solar economy, or will they fall asleep at the wheel? Paid for by the Alliance for Solar Choice.
For KMAS News Radio, this is Adam J. Click with a special report. Over this past weekend came the unfortunate news that this year's Mason County Rodeo won't be taking place. According to a statement received by Julie Gray, director of the Mason County NPRA Rodeo, it's due to circumstances beyond their control that there will not be a 2015 Mason County Rodeo. This is an event that for many years has brought equestrian fans and fans of rodeo sport to the Mason County area from all across the nation. In order to gain a better understanding of what this cancellation will mean for the Mason County area, I took to the streets of downtown Shelton and gathered public opinions and statements from many citizens I could find. The sense of disappointment that I found when speaking to people about this issue seemed unanimous across all camps, both those who are involved in equestrian sports and those who've never been to a rodeo before.
I just think it's not fair that people work so hard to try to make this community fun and enjoyable, and it doesn't pan out.
I'm involved with 4-H, and so I know that we're pretty sad about how things have worked out this year. But, we're making it happen, so that's good. But it would be nice to have a fairgrounds again.
And that probably does have a lot to do with why they weren't able to do it this year.
Yeah, it totally was that, because they kind of did things at different places this year, so that was nice. At least the kids still get to go qualify for state.
I hadn't really thought about it, so I'm not much of a rodeo fan. But it's just too bad to see things close down in the county. I mean, there's always good things happening, and we've seen the pool close, and we've seen other things that are in tough shape because of finances. It's just a tough way to go. But I don't know what the answer is.
Well, I don't normally go, but I think it's a wonderful thing for the city and brings in some revenue and stuff. So it is a shame that it's canceled.
I'd like to know why. What's the deal? Doesn't it make enough money with the entrance?
It's just unfortunate that it had to be canceled. I think it's got a lot to do with the situation with the fairgrounds. And that's it's just a darn shame. What can I say?
Yeah, my mom grew up in Ellensburg, so for a long time when my brother and I grew up, we'd always go across to their yearly fair and rodeo, and it was always fun to go and see. I know my kids love horses, so when the rodeo would be in town, they'd see all the horses and they'd love it. So hopefully we get something figured out for next year at the soonest.
There is real hope that the Mason County Rodeo will return next year, bigger and better than ever. But, of course, that means they'll have to overcome the things that held them back this year. With a KMAS special report, this has been Adam J. Click.
Good morning, this is Bob Burbridge from the Mason County Fire Chiefs, and you're listening to Jeff and Dale on Daybreak.
Well, thank you, Bob Burbridge.
Oh, yeah.
Speaking of which, He and a couple of the other fire chiefs will be in studio with us next Tuesday to talk more about the impending fire danger. But we did want to let folks know about a new service on KMAS.com.
Yes. If you go to our website, KMAS.com, on the very top, you can't miss it. There's a big orange banner that says alerts, fire road, power outage alerts. And it's basically, if you click on it, it will take you to the weather page, but it is a page that will talk about fires that are happening. We have the Paradise Fire updates that we get reports on, and I'll try to keep that one updated. And then if there's like a Mason County fire or Thurston County, whatever, I will do my best to keep it updated as soon as possible.
It's when.
When.
All right. We'll move along here, 727. Thank you, Carol. And look for that across the very top of the homepage of KMAS.com. Very good service, and it's brightly colored. You can't miss it. And click that, and you'll get instant updates to the events that are happening. Jerry Eckenrode is in studio with us. Hi, Jer.
Hi.
How are you doing?
Great.
All right. School board meeting last night. A send-off for Dr. Jarvis.
Yes, and unfortunately, I didn't get to stay for that, but I did stay for the splash report with Kathy Haig, and they did have cake for Jarvis, by the way, and Dr. Apostle was there as well. Okay. Anyway, for the splash report, Kathy Haig gave, who is the secretary for Splash, there's a group of them together to make sure that the monies are used wisely and there's some organization and whatnot to the whole stuff. Anyway, Kathy is the secretary, and Kathy gave a very upbeat report last night. They've met their $50,000. Yay!
Oh, my goodness.
They had, as we all know, the auction and pool party that brought in about $18,000. They also received about $12,000 in direct donations, and the hospital fund has received, that's the online fund or mailing checks to the hospital foundation, has received over $14,000. So their total to date, when they wrote the report, was $44,634.76. Kathy reported that there were also several other donations that keep coming in. And last night, Brenda Hershey herself dropped off a check. Thank you very much, Brenda. We know how much you care for the kids. And anyway, so they also are receiving a deposit from the Quickwater Friends of the Pool, an estimate $4,000 to $5,000. Anyway, so they're at their $5,000 or $50,000 mark. They have another $50,000 to go, but they needed to have $50,000 by July 1.
Boy, they cut it just right. I mean, they got a little bit of a week here, but that's just tremendous news.
Right.
There's one of your positives in light of all the stuff that's going on.
Well, and I think it was real important to the community that there was a clear demonstration through the donations that the community was supporting this pool effort. So far, so good. They're halfway there.
All right. Very, very good news. Thank you, community correspondent Eckenrode.
Yeah.
All right, 7:29. We're going to make way for Mary Lynn Foster with news, and we'll be back with sports and weather, too, on Daybreak.
You're listening to Daybreak with Jeff and Dale on KMAS News Radio.
Local news is brought to you by Shelton Health and Rehabilitation Center. Find them online at sheltonhealthandrehab.com.
For KMASnewsradio.com, I'm Mary Lynn Foster. A Shelton woman has been arrested for stabbing her husband. 50-year-old Stacy Harvey was booked into Mason County Jail on a charge of attempted murder in the first degree. Her husband, Walter Harvey, 49, called 911 Monday morning to report his wife had stabbed him and then fled. Officials responded to the call on South 12th Street and found the man injured from a stabbing. Mason County Medic and Shelton Fire Department treated Harvey and took him to Mason General Hospital. He was later airlifted to Harborview Hospital in Seattle. Stacy Harvey was located by a Shelton police detective who detained her and after an investigation booked her into the Mason County Jail. As negotiations on the state operating budget continue, a number of Washington state employees are being informed they're about to get furloughed. About 25,000 state workers have been put on notice they'll be staying home beginning July 1st unless lawmakers come to an agreement on the budget soon. House Democrats put forth a proposal Monday that includes no new taxes and ending tax exemptions totaling $356 million. Officials from the governor's budget office have released a contingency plan on what state offices may have to close completely if a 2-year state operating budget isn't signed into law before midnight, June 30th. The recent announcement that the 2015 Mason County Rodeo has been canceled will hit local horse trainers and ranchers especially hard, but the impact isn't likely to stop there. For many years, the event has brought fans and competitors from across the nation to the region, and many aspects of Shelton's economy will be hurt by the loss of the dollars they brought with them. KMAS's Adam J. Click got reaction from residents of Shelton about the cancellation.
I'd like to know why. You know, what's the deal? Doesn't it make enough money with the entrance?
It's just unfortunate that it had to be canceled. I think it's got a lot to do with the situation with the fairgrounds. And that's it's just a darn shame. What can I say?
Julie Gray, director of the Mason County NPRA Rodeo, told KMAS that circumstances beyond her control led to the cancellation, and they hope to come back strong in 2016. Thurston County officials have issued a countywide burn ban that is now in effect until further notice. That follows action this week by surrounding counties. A Phase 1 burn ban went into effect Monday in Kitsap, Mason, Pierce, Snohomish, and King County. Lewis County's burn ban went into effect last Friday. Thurston County cities and designated urban growth areas already have a permanent outdoor burn ban in place. Weather forecasters predict record high temperatures later this week, along with the possibility of lightning strikes, but little to no precipitation. For 1030 KMAS, FM 104.1, and in Thurston County on 92.9, I'm Mary Lynn Foster.
If you or your loved ones have been injured in a car accident and the insurance company is not treating you fairly, then call me, Attorney Harold Carr. Don't be a victim of a negligent driver and then be victimized by the insurance company. My law firm has 6 locations and has handled more than 10,500 personal injury cases. We have 7 attorneys and 23 staff members dedicated to protecting your legal rights.
Car accident? Call Carr. HaroldCarRattorney.com. HaroldCarRattorney.com.
It's time for the South Sound Barbecue Festival, Saturday, July 11th at Huntemer Park in Lacey. If you've got a favorite barbecue recipe, rub, or cooking method, you can enter in one or all 5 categories. Prizes are given out for each of the 5 categories. Get all the information at SouthSoundBBQFestival.com. If you're a business or have something to promote, think about having a vendor booth at the 5th Annual South Sound Barbecue Festival at Huntemer Park in Lacey, benefiting the Lacey South Sound Chamber. Call 491-4141 for more info.
For News Radio 1030 KMAS Shelton, FM 104.1 and 92.9 FM in Thurston County. I'm Dale Hubbard, also streaming online with video on KMAS.com. Did I say that kind of right?
Kind of right.
Okay, all right. Rookie left-hander Mike Montgomery. All kinds of trouble last night in the first inning against the club that had once drafted him in the hope that he could be in the front of their rotation for several years. Kansas City had the bases loaded first inning, nobody out. Old Monty escaped that jam, and he also worked around a threat in the second inning before going into shutdown mode, pitching the Seattle Mariners to a 7-0 win at Safeco last night. It was special. 17 Kansas City Royals mowed down in a row during one stretch of the game. He says, I probably had a little more emotion going than I normally do. I know a lot of those guys. I was with them for 5 years in the minors. Definitely a little extra added into it. Mariners backed Montgomery up. It's a balanced attack against Royal starter Jeremy Guthrie, who actually matched zeros with Montgomery for 3 innings, but gave up 3 runs in the 4th, 3 more in the 5th. Dustin Ackley, probably the offensive hero. He went 3 for 3, a single, a double, and a home run. And Ackley 9 for 13 in his career against this Guthrie guy with 3 home runs. It's just one of those things you can't really explain, Dustin said. I was behind in the count a lot of today, but still got, still got my bat around, and he did well. Mariners also got 2 hits from Robinson Cano and another home run from Logan Morrison, who's been on a bit of a tear here as of late. Story, though, really, Montgomery shackling the reigning American League champs. He didn't need very many runs. He just needed 1. That was it. That was about as good of a performance as I've seen. And the people that were most excited was the bullpen, who didn't have to work last night. So they got off their butts and gave him a Gatorade shower after the game was over.
Oh, well, that was nice for them to do something.
Good stuff right there. So congratulations to the young rookie, Mike Montgomery, with the complete game shutout. That means he pitched 9 innings, no relief. Know that, and you could be on your way to a Mariners game.
What was that again?
9 innings, no relief.
Okay.
Complete game. All right. Sounders in Philly this afternoon to take on the Union. Not the labor union, the Philly Union soccer team. And the Portland Timbers are on the road in Los Angeles to take on the Galaxy. Should be about 100 degrees at kickoff.
Is that all?
Down there, huh?
Yeah. Is that all?
Yeah, that's all. That's
At least I get to wear shorts.
At least they do wear shorts. I never thought about that. They're probably okay with that. All right, what's the weather there, Carol Gardner?
Well, right now in Shelton, it's 57 degrees and sunny, and it's just going to get warmer. Today's high of 78, tomorrow a high of 84, then they're predicting on Friday a high of 90.
Yikes!
57 right now, and it's just, I mean, if you like hot weather, definitely enjoy it.
You're going to be a happy person. Okay, 7:37.
It's Daybreak with Jeff and Dale on KMAS News Radio. Join the guys as they talk with neighbors, newsmakers, and each other, getting your day off to the absolute best possible start in the history of mornings. Connect with Jeff and Dale through the KMAS listener line, by email or Facebook. Now, from the capital of the great state of Washington, Daybreak with Jeff and Dale.
7:37, the time here on your Wednesday morning. About this time every Wednesday. I don't know if this is going to be a year-round kind of an event or not.
At this pace.
So far, a little bit of an extended visitation deal, and we're happy to have him in studio with us again, our representative for the 35th District, Dan Griffey. Good morning, sir.
Good morning. You know, I was gonna give Carol some props.
Okay.
Why don't you do an extra promo
for when
Carol's on here? Come on.
Oh, I know.
It's like
on the spot.
Yeah, I know, but hey, you dogged me so bad last week, so I got to give you a little bit. Come on.
Well, we didn't actually know I was going to be on this morning.
I know, but what if? Come on.
Yeah, we should have something pre-recorded.
You know what? You're a programming guru.
Yeah.
I'm going to get to my production people and say, we need a backup.
Well, you do, because you got to respect that Carol's going to help you out from time to time.
And now on Daybreak.
Thank you, Dan.
You're
Carol
welcome.
Gardner filling in for one of the other 2 chipmunks that are missing it.
There you are. Exactly. Yeah.
I like it. I like it a lot.
How are you guys this morning?
I'm good. You?
I'm good. Going to Olympia. Let's get this thing done.
Let's keep our fingers crossed.
Let's get it done.
Did you get a call saying, come on, everybody's going to be in today? Or?
Yeah, but last night when I was looking at the list of bills we're going to work on, there was no budget on there, and I'm a little worried. Now that changes in a big hurry.
Okay.
And I'm hoping there's going to be a budget on there, but there are big eagles in Olympia, and I am really worried for the 25,000 employees in Washington State that may get pink slips. There is absolutely no reason under God's green earth that we have to shut this government down, and I'm really worried that it may happen. And
it's now, Jeff and I were talking yesterday. It's never happened, has it?
No, it has not.
But this is almost the 11th hour.
Yeah. This is
because you need a couple of days to. Write it up.
If we pass it now, it's got to go to the Senate, and the Senate's going to put their fingerprints back on it. And no reason at all.
Tell us a little bit about this a bill put forward by Joe Fain.
So I don't have a complete understanding of it, because right now I'm under a fundraising freeze anyway. I can't fundraise.
Oh, okay.
PDC doesn't allow me to fundraise
during session.
Yeah, well, I'm in session. Yes. Yeah. The only time since the sine die, which is the last day of the session, that there was a minor window that fundraising could happen was 2 days when we weren't in session, because the governor didn't didn't call it right away. The next special session.
Oh, I got you. Okay.
Yeah. But I will look into it more, and in next week's update, I will tell you what it looked like. I agree with Carol. Why should we get paid? We haven't done our job.
I ask you about what Carol had to say.
And I think the answer really is they don't pay enough, so it's really not a sting to not get paid.
Yeah.
The state legislator, and no commentary out there about, to some people it's a lot of money, and to be honest with you, I really respect and appreciate the amount of money I get paid, and it means a lot to me that the citizens elected me and are willing to give me a little bit of money, but to the rest of them, it's really not that much money. So it really wouldn't hurt.
So what do you think the answer is?
To get it done, write the budget in January.
Right.
We need to do the most important thing we do in Olympia is write the operating budget. That's on the first year of the new biennium. And we should write it first.
And have that to work off.
Yeah, and then all of the policy should be done after that, because the policy follows the budget. Right now our schools might miss a payment. They don't have that room in their budget.
Right.
To make up for that. They have transportation decisions to make. They have contract negotiations coming up with their classified staff. This is it's ridiculous for us to keep doing this. So I'm going to push all day today. Let's vote on a budget. Let's vote on a budget. We need to vote on a budget today. It needs to get to the Senate, and I really hope we do.
Okay. One more quick question, Dan. So let's presume that things get taken care of here in the next 3 days, and the budget gets approved. Is there going to be a carryover? Do you guys have to piecemeal out what exactly goes where once the budget is agreed on? I guess what I'm saying is there a possibility of another extension to dole out the approved budget?
Rumor has it there could be maybe a 2-day special session that cleans up some of the loose ends out there. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. That's what we're wondering about.
So, I'm going to do an about face on you. You've been talking about wildfire danger, and it's here. It's not even. It's looming now. It's not even impending. It's not. We're waiting for it.
Here.
Fire danger in Western Washington. It happens. We burn. About every 110 years, we burn the Olympic Peninsula from Olympia all the way to Sequim.
Yeah.
That has happened. In almost predictable fashion, and ever since 87, when I joined the fire department, we've been training for the big one. And boy, if this
is the year.
Well, I don't know if it's the year. We do have a lot. I hope it's not, but we have a lot more resources now to fight fires than we did. 100 years ago. We have helicopters and those kind of things. Everybody needs to be really, really safe this 4th of July when they're launching their fireworks. Make sure you're doing it in a very safe manner and you're respecting the fact that you could do a lot of damage.
Oh my word!
Yeah.
Oh yeah, definitely.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Well, you could have that platform to say that, being a firefighter that you are.
Well, and the other thing I got to say is. Kudos to Washington State for that open. I for the first time I watched from the first tee to the end on the last day of the open, and I gotta admit, maybe I'm a golf fan now. It was so exciting in the end, I couldn't believe it.
It was a very exciting finish, and nobody could have scripted something like that.
No, it was great, but I get a little frustrated when you have high-powered sports people, participants talking about, this was terrible and I can't believe it. And then you get with somebody that shoots an open record low. I think, come on.
Yeah. So was that other guy's problem?
Yeah, exactly. I guess he's. Maybe you had an off day. Maybe you can't play on a hard course.
Maybe it didn't have anything to do with the course at all.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah, exactly right. Yeah, some of these guys are a little bit spoiled.
Yes, they are.
Not how they want things. Dan Griffey off to Olympia to get something done.
Yeah.
Thank you for a good send-off. We're gonna work really hard today, and
we're rooting for you all day today.
Oh yeah, prayers please.
Okay, you got it. And we return with more Daybreak after the news.
Thanks, Dan.
On KMAS. Thank you.
Thank you. Take care.
You're listening to Daybreak with Jeff and Dale on KMAS News Radio.
Don't miss the fun, the nostalgia, the cool cars. Friends of the Museum present Mason County Historical Society's Car Show. All makes and models, hundreds of vintage, classic cars, street rods, and motorcycles. Homemade pie and ice cream. Oldies music from KMAS. Raffle drawings and lots of fun for everyone. Downtown this Sunday. We'll see you there.
Capital Medical Center is a familiar landmark in West Olympia. But did you know it's also a full-service accredited hospital that provides critical level 4 trauma care, as well as outpatient services like advanced wound care and radiation therapy? Well, now you do. Ultimately, great healthcare is delivered by people, and Capital has some of the Northwest's best, from professional nurses and technical staff to fellowship-trained physicians in almost every specialty. That means not only world-class care, but jobs to support our local economy. In fact, in just the past 5 years, Capital has infused over $200 million in wages and investment into our region's economy. And it's provided over $52 million in charity and uncompensated care for people in need. Capital Medical Center. It's your community hospital. Visit capitalmedical.com for more information. Capital Medical Center is partly owned by some of the physicians who serve our patients.
Washington Democrats are doing some serious horse trading in Olympia. While across the country, solar has become affordable and created 30,000 new solar jobs last year alone, a new bill in Olympia would limit solar to the wealthy and limit solar choice for the rest of us. The state's utilities are pushing a bill that protects their monopoly, keeping the state's electricity stuck in the 70s. Will Washington Democrats wake up to the rising solar economy, or will they fall asleep at the wheel? Paid for by the Alliance for Solar Choice.
Hi, this is Greg Clark from the City of Shelton Public Works Department, and you're listening to Daybreak with Jeff and Dale.
Thank you, Mr. Clark. The time is 7:48.
It certainly is. It is Wednesday. Weren't we just here last Wednesday?
Exactly 1 week ago was the last time we were both in this very scenario.
I was thinking it was 2 weeks ago. Nope, it was just last week.
Lots happened in the last week.
Yes, there has.
My gosh. All right, let's get back to the wildfire topic this morning. Burning in the Olympic National Park. A Paradise Fire is what it's called.
Yes, Paradise Fire.
It's now scorched more than a square mile, located 13 miles north of Quinault, and continues to spread. Caused by a lightning strike maybe a month ago.
I know, it's crazy.
And smoldered.
Mm-hmm.
We got that lesson from Mike Patty last year where it could go under the ground and be smoldering and maybe pop up 100 yards away or 300 yards away or a half a mile away. And all that time it's smoldering underneath the pretty dangerous
Very
stuff.
dangerous.
And I didn't know about the 100-year cycle that Dan referred to.
Right.
But that makes sense. I know it's Mother Nature's way of cleansing, but that was before people were inhabiting all the areas.
I know. See, that is the problem.
So that is a bit of a problem. Let's talk a little bit about, because Washington is not the only state that is suffering from wildfires. California is having enormous fire.
Northern California, near south of Lake Tahoe, there's about 26 square miles of hazardous and inaccessible terrain, and there's a wildfire in that area. So no buildings have been damaged or anything, except for, it's just so hard. No, you can't get to it. And it was ignited by lightning on Friday. Then in Southern California, there's like another 27 square mile fire. That's about 90 miles east of Los Angeles.
Yes, by Bear Lake, I think is the name.
Yeah, and they're partially holding that, partially contained. And then in Alaska, several parts of the states, even a tiny village had to flee on boats because the fire was coming down.
Yikes!
So that's grown to about more than a square mile, and that's just one of the fires. There's quite a few different fires up in Alaska. And then, of course, in Oregon, southwestern Oregon, there's nearly an 8 square mile fire, and there's hundreds of firefighters there, but they haven't halfway contained. So
So
but the heat wave's just coming though.
Yeah.
That's the problem. And there's some storms on the horizon, I guess.
Which causes lightning. Yeah. And Eastern Washington is prime candidate for some more to pop up. They've had one outside of Spokane. Lake Chelan area gets hit with wildfires.
Yeah.
And I know you've got plans with your sisters coming up.
Yeah.
Gee, be careful and watch.
It's a possibility.
You make it a lot safer and easier for everybody.
That's what we think. But, look at the fires that have already happened over here in Western Washington.
Yeah, I don't know if there's going to be a safe place.
I don't think there is. And the heat wave's coming up and all the fun activities are coming up, all the more outdoor camping and all that kind of stuff. And you're outside.
Yeah.
Just common sense. I mean, one of the biggest causes of fires is stupidity. Well, besides lightning. But
you know what? And let me give a shout out to those adventurers out there who go, we don't stay in these sanctioned campgrounds. We go find our own place to camp. So you're off on a logging road, which, by the way, Green Diamond's outlawed now for the rest of the summer.
No
most
public
of the
access.
Olympic National Forest. But you go out on these old roads somewhere and you find a wide spot on a nice high spot. And I see those when I go out cruising around, and they make great camp. And you see makeshift fire pits.
Right.
You can get up in one of those spots, and there might be a wildfire that develops around you, and you'll be sealed off from there, and nobody will know. It might not even be your fault. You may have nothing to do with it. So heads up, go to sanctioned, authorized campgrounds and campfires, especially in light of the high fire danger that we're experiencing this summer.
And let people know where you're at.
And let people know, because you may be out of cell phone range, and you could be stuck up there and trapped.
Yeah, scary.
It is really scary. So just something to think about as we move into the summer months ahead. And it's going to be one of those, what they call the long, hot summer.
I think so.
I think so.
Was there a movie?
I think Paul Newman and Elizabeth Taylor were in something like that. Yeah. So anyway, we get off track.
I know we do.
It's part of the fun. All right. And then I made mention of Republican Senator Joe Fain's introduction of a bill that would prevent lawmakers from raising campaign funds for the same number of days that it takes for them to adopt an operating capital or transportation budget during any special session. The financial incentive, he thinks, might help lawmakers get their work done on time moving forward. And so whether it is incentive or not, doesn't sound like it's a big incentive to Dan. And he's most appreciative of the salary that he gets. I don't know if that's going to spur these guys. I mean, they become so
complacent.
Well, no, the opposite. They're so tuned into their version of the budget, they don't want to budge from that.
Oh, yeah,
so then the fight continues, and they stretch it out for, as we see, weeks and weeks on end, because nobody budges. Everybody is very, I don't want to say indignant, but very, very heels in the sand, and they're not going to come forward on this. So today, they're in Olympia, and we want to see forward movement.
We do, because state employees have already received letters of possibility that they're going to be laid off or whatever.
So you don't want that. Nobody wants that.
No, they don't.
So let's another really good topic, by the way. In addition to, if you haven't heard, the $50,000 goal was met by Splash.
Yep.
And the associated citizen groups and the Hospital Foundation in preserving and saving, at least now, we can move forward with the pool project. And there will, in fact, sounds like we're going to have our pool at least for the next 5 years.
Yeah, it sounds like they're on the right track. And if you want to help donate, you can. We have the address on our website, but it's P.O. Box 1982, Shelton.
They need another $50,000, but they got the $50,000 they needed this month.
Yes.
To at least keep the project alive.
Yeah, and they always obviously can use more. And also you can just go to the Mason General Hospital website, and you can find the information right on there to how you can donate.
Tab right there. You can do that online. And thank you to the Hospital Foundation. What a wonderful gesture that was. And I think that jump-started the whole thing. And well, if they're serious, and there was Mike Wittenberg, we'll give a props to him. He challenged businesses in the area, and he put a personal donation in. And I just think it's great that everybody stepped up and did what had to be done to keep the pool going. And I know there's a lot of folks that are very, very excited about that. Another good feel-good story this morning for folks. The Pierce County food banks.
Oh, yeah.
Bursting with food. Honey-baked hams, tri-tip steaks. Why? Well, the U.S. Open just donated 70,000 pounds of leftovers from the U.S. It was too hot to eat.
I guess so.
Yeah, just give me some water.
Yeah,
I mean, that's what I do in the hot weather. I have something light, fruity, whatever. Anyway, the News Tribune reported this morning that pallets of food trucked to Lakewood yesterday to a warehouse for the Emergency Food Network in Pierce County. Congratulations to them. I'm sure that is very much appreciated and welcome, as there is not a food bank in the nation that has too much.
No, not at all.
They'll find places to put that 70,000 pounds of food. That is for sure. And the federal government has agreed to pay Snohomish County $7.6 million for mudslide recovery expenses, and that goes with the FEMA grant of $4.2 million, which covered part of what the county spent last summer, removing dirt and trees from that disaster zone at Oso. So congratulations to Snohomish County, and on the long, slow road to recovery, that helps.
Right.
That helps a lot. Yep. Bad news out of Snohomish County this morning. Some knuckleheads stole the Little League Baseball aluminum bleachers.
Yes, I heard about that.
I know there's value in aluminum, but come on.
I know. That is just ridiculous. Ridiculous.
Come on. You know what it reminded me of when I read that story was when those idiots burnt the dugout, the brand new dugout up at Shelton High School.
Yes.
The kids built it themselves and built the ballpark and did it. And some idiot comes over there and torches the darn thing.
Speaking of idiots,
yes.
Did you see?
I'm at work on time today. What?
No. We can talk about it next segment. But about the kids who were riding the moose up in, I think it was.
I saw the video.
Canada. Yeah.
Yeah, we'll talk about that. That's Knucklehead City, too. All right, working our way to 8 o'clock. Old Farmer's Almanac and the news next on Daybreak with Carol and Dale.
You're listening to Daybreak with Jeff and Dale on KMAS News Radio.
Summer may have officially arrived only 3 days ago, but today is designated as Midsummer Day. An in-depth look at the old-time observance today from the Old Farmer's Almanac.
Are you tired of commuting to a job that makes someone else rich, working harder than ever, but getting nowhere? Do you hate spending hundreds of dollars every week on daycare, having someone else raise your children? With our opportunities, you can start earning money as soon as next week. You get to be the boss, work from home, and live a happier life. At Be the Boss Network, you'll find hundreds of work-from-home opportunities that you can literally start today and be earning money as soon as next week. Go to freedom27.com and start earning money as soon as next week. You get to be the boss. Get out of the rat race. Work from home. Go to freedom27.com right now and change your life today. That's freedom27.com. Go to freedom27.com and start earning money as soon as next week. You be the boss. Go to freedom27.com.
With more practical tips and useful advice, this is the Old Farmer's Almanac Radio Report for Wednesday, June 24th, the 175th day of the year. Musician Mick Fleetwood has a birthday, and this is the day traditionally recognized as Midsummer Day. While it's lost much of its importance in the modern world, Midsummer Day was once observed across the Northern Hemisphere with festivals and Thanksgiving. Before the Industrial Revolution, when winter meant long nights of total darkness, the return of the sun to its highest point was a real cause for celebration. It's especially meaningful to farmers as it marks the halfway point between planting and harvesting. And if you need a reason to go tiptoeing through the tulips, here's one. Folklore says dew on Midsummer Day has special healing powers. That is the Old Farmer's Almanac Radio Report. Learn more and sign up for our free newsletter online at almanac.com.
1030 KMAS Shelton can also be heard on K281BM Shelton, FM 104.1, and now in Thurston County on 92.9.
Here's the latest from ABC News. I'm Dave Packer. Powerful storms hammering the East Coast last night and turning deadly. Officials in Bealsville, Maryland say a 79-year-old man was killed after driving his pickup truck into a downed tree Tuesday night. Montgomery County Fire and Rescue Service spokesman Peter Piringer says that caused a fatal chain reaction.
It appears as though at that point he swerved, hit a pole, a utility pole. The pole came down, causing live wires to fall on top of the vehicle. and energize that vehicle.
It was the same storm that a day earlier slammed the Midwest. Officials in Cole, Illinois say they're lucky there were no fatalities when an EF3 tornado struck there early Tuesday. Cone spokesman Chuck Fetrick, speaking with reporters Wednesday morning, said more than 1,000 customers remain without power.
In the Coal City area itself, we still have 1,112 customers that are out of power. We have an additional 217 in Diamond.
A Nashville judge Tuesday declaring a mistrial in the case of two former Vanderbilt University football players convicted of rape and sexual battery of a former female student in 2013. The judge accusing a juror of failing to disclose an attack against him.
In a surprising 8-page ruling Tuesday, Judge Monty D. Watkins writing, juror number 9 had in fact concealed information, adding, our system of justice cannot tolerate a trial with a tainted juror.
ABC's Mara Schiavocampo. An emotional day expected in a Boston courtroom. Dzhokhar Tsarnaev will be sentenced to death. More than 20 survivors of the marathon bombings and family members of Tsarnaev's victims are expected to speak in court. The White House announcing a major change in its policy today toward families whose loved ones are being held hostage. Some of those families, like the parents of slain hostage James Foley, complained that they felt neglected. Under the new policy, families would not face prosecution for trying privately to negotiate a ransom. This is ABC News.
Zillow Real Estate Tips. Discover thousands of homes for sale and rent on Zillow.com or on our mobile and tablet apps. Zillow, find your way home.
Looking to get a mortgage? It's getting easier. Many borrowers are being offered conventional loans with private mortgage insurance. This opens buyers up to options with more competitive terms and rates. Access to mortgage credit has improved significantly and is roughly 2/3 of the way back to 2002 pre-crisis levels.
Zillow Real Estate Tips, brought to you by Zillow.
You've walked through 18 open houses. Your feet hurt and your head is buzzing. Living in a van is starting to sound strangely appealing. But then you hear it. The sound of hope, of Zillow. You glance at your phone to see a 3-bedroom Craftsman in the right school district. It's perfect, and it just showed up on your phone, like magic. So sign up for mobile alerts, and we'll send you homes that fit.
A hacker kingpin has returned to the U.S. to face charges in a scheme to siphon cash from ATMs all over the world. ABC's Aaron Katursky has more.
The thieves struck in coordinated fashion February 19, 2013. They hacked into banks, copied debit card numbers, and in mere hours stole $45 million from thousands of ATMs in 24 countries.
Instead of guns and masks, this cybercrime organization used laptops and malware.
Then U.S. Attorney Loretta Lynch called it a massive 21st century heist. Now the alleged mastermind is on U.S. soil to face charges. The Secret Service caught the Turkish citizen in Germany, where a court called him the most wanted computer hacker in the world. Aaron Katursky, ABC News, New York.
Ford launching a car-sharing program in 6 U.S. cities and London for its customers who finance their vehicles through Ford Motor Credit. They'll be able to rent their vehicles to drivers who've been screened ahead of time for short-term use, and that will allow them to defray some of the vehicle's costs. Dave Packer, ABC News.
Local news is brought to you by Fred Holmes Tree Service. FredHolmesTreeService.com, 427-4489.
For KMASNewsRadio.com, I'm Mary Lynn Foster. A Shelton woman has been arrested for stabbing her husband. 50-year-old Stacy Harvey was on Monday morning to report his wife had stabbed him and then fled. Officials responded to the call on South 12th Street and found the man injured from a stabbing. Mason County Medic and Shelton Fire Department treated Harvey and took him to Mason General Hospital. He was later airlifted to Harborview Hospital in Seattle. Stacy Harvey was located by a Shelton police detective who detained her and after an investigation booked her into the Mason County Jail. As negotiations on the state operating budget continue, a number of Washington state employees are being informed they're about to get furloughed. About 25,000 state workers have been put on notice they'll be staying home beginning July 1st unless lawmakers come to an agreement on the budget soon. House Democrats put forth a proposal Monday that includes no new taxes and ending tax exemptions totaling $356 million. Officials from the governor's budget office have released a contingency plan on what state offices may have to close completely if a 2-year state operating budget isn't signed into law before midnight, June 30th. The recent announcement that the 2015 Mason County Rodeo has been canceled will hit local horse trainers and ranchers especially hard, but the impact isn't likely to stop there. For many years, the event has brought fans and competitors from across the nation to the region, and many aspects of Shelton's economy will be hurt by the loss of the dollars they brought with them. KMAS's Adam J. Click got reaction from residents of Shelton about the cancellation.
I'd like to know why. You know, what's the deal? Doesn't it make enough money with the entrance?
It's just unfortunate that it had to be canceled. I think it's got a lot to do with the situation with the fairgrounds. And that's, it's just a darn shame. What can I say?
Julie Gray, director of the Mason County NPRA Rodeo, told KMAS that circumstances beyond her control led to the cancellation, and they hope to come back strong in 2016. Thurston County officials have issued a countywide burn ban that is now in effect until further notice. That follows action this week by surrounding counties. A Phase 1 burn ban went into effect Monday in Kitsap, Mason, Pierce, Snohomish, and King County. Lewis County's burn ban went into effect last Friday. Thurston County cities and designated urban growth areas already have a permanent outdoor burn ban in place. Weather forecasters predict record high temperatures later this week, along with the possibility of lightning strikes, but little to no precipitation. For 1030 KMAS, FM 104.1, and in Thurston County on 92.9, I'm Mary Lynn Foster.
It's almost time for the 5th annual Oyster Challenge at the Alderbrook Resort and Spa in Union. Do you have what it takes to eat more oysters in 5 minutes than anyone else? Last year, Clayton Bennett ate a little more than 7 dozen, and that was enough to win a 2-night stay, a spa package, and $400 in dining credit to the Alderbrook Resort and Spa. Think you can do better? We're looking for 5 folks to take on Clayton this year. Sign-ups are happening now. Just click the banner at the top of KMAS.com.
Excuse me, ma'am.
Shh, we're trying to sleep here.
Yes, ma'am, but this isn't a motel. It's the Olympia Furniture Company showroom.
I just couldn't wait to try it out. I figure it's kind of like a test drive before you take the car home, right?
Here at Olympia Furniture Company, we offer home delivery. We'll even set it up for you.
But we kind of live far out in Mason County. Think you could just put them in with any furniture?
The Olympia Furniture Company delivers more than just furniture. They deliver quality, value, huge selection, and the occasional husband.
It was a big day for Patriots quarterback Tom Brady. Hi, everybody. Therese Crowley reporting on sports.
Anybody who knows and has dealt with Tom Brady knows how genuine he can be. I'm told that genuineness shined through during the course of that appeal, which I think is going to make life more difficult for Roger Goodell to make a decision on.
That was ESPN's Adam Schefter. Brady and his representative met with Commissioner Roger Goodell at NFL headquarters on Tuesday afternoon to appeal the Super Bowl winning quarterback's suspension for his involvement in Deflategate. On to baseball, the Rays win a 6th straight game.
High drive into right field deep to the warning track as Batista to the corner, jumps up, it's gone!
The call on 630 WDAE as Asdrubal Cabrera adds an insurance run in the Rays' 4-3 win over Toronto. Cy Young candidate Chris Archer allowed only 3 hits over 8 innings to pick up his 9th win of this season. More baseball. The Pirates end their 3-game losing streak.
McCutchen hammers it to left field. Way back and gone! A 2-run shot for Andrew McCutchen.
McCutchen tops off the Pirates' 7-run 4th inning as the Bucks would go on to win 7-6. Nolan Arenado continues to show why he's one of baseball's best young stars.
Hit pretty well to left field. Going back, Peralta at the wall. It's gone!
That was Arenado's 2nd homer of the game as the Rockies top off Arizona 10-5. And the Mets lose for a 6th straight game as Milwaukee wins 3-2. In the Cubs-Dodgers game, the play of the game came from a fan, Cubs manager Joe Madden.
That was a great play, and really there's some levity involved for the entire audience. I thought it was great.
The spectacular catch by the fan was made with one hand while holding his baby. That's something you don't see quite often. Therese Crowley, ABC Sports.
News Radio 1030 KMAS Shelton, FM 104.1, 92.9 FM in Thurston County, and online and video streaming on KMAS.com. I'm Dale Hubbard. It is 10 past 8 on a Wednesday, and congratulations to the Seattle Mariners' Mike Montgomery, being called Monty, which is short for Montgomery, which is a typical, nickname for that guy. He is a rookie this year, Major League rookie. This is only, let's see, I think this is only his fourth start of the year. He's 2-2 on the season now. Complete game shutout of the American League champs. Hey, that's pretty good stuff.
That is pretty good stuff.
So he went 9 innings, went a complete game, and pitched extraordinarily well against the Kansas City Royals. Congratulations to Mike Montgomery and Dustin Ackley, 3 for 3 with a single, a double, and a home run. So Dustin, the offensive champ, and maybe a little bit of Edgar rubbing off on Dustin already.
Possibly.
Robinson Cano got a home run. That's pretty good stuff. So 7-0. A nice, comfortable win for the Seattle Mariners. And they even the series with Kansas City at a game each. The rubber match is tonight. We begin our coverage at 6. First pitch a little after 7. As Rowanus Elias will be on the hill for Seattle, looking for his 5th win on the season against Danny Duffy. Sounders are in Philly to take on the Union. Timbers are in L.A. to take on the Galaxy. Seattle Sounders, Portland Timbers this weekend in Portland for part 2 of the Cascadia Cup thing. And SB Awards were just announced, the nominations. And Stephen Curry of the NBA champ Golden State Warriors, LeBron James of the runner-up Cleveland Cavaliers among the nominees for Best Male Athlete at the ESPY Awards. Serena Williams leading a list of nominees for Best Female Athlete. Joining Curry and James in the Best Male Athlete category, Green Bay quarterback Aaron Rodgers. What? And Houston Texans defensive end J.J. Swat. Well, his real name's Watt, but he swats the passes away, and they call him Swat. Besides Williams, UFC fighter Ronda Rousey, she's real famous now. She was in the movies and all that stuff. So she's probably going to be the female athlete of the year. I'm just guessing. UConn basketball player Breanna Stewart, Olympic skier Lindsey Vonn, Tigers X, all nominees for female athlete. And there you go. The awards hosted by Joel McHale and will be airing on July the 15th from Los Angeles on ABC. Oh, what about Jordan Spieth? Well, the Masters, the newly crowned U.S. Open winner, Jordan Spieth, and the Little League World Series star, Money Davis, among those nominated for Best Breakthrough Athlete of the Year. So there you go. That's sports for you. This time around, we've got some guests coming in here this hour, so I better shut up and make way for weather. In for me and Jeff is Carol Gardner.
Good morning, Dale.
Hi.
Hi, and it is going to be high today.
Yeah, indeed.
Not as high as it's going to be throughout the rest of the week, but right now it's already 59 degrees and sunny, and you can just feel that it's warm and it hasn't gotten cool throughout the night. You can just feel the heat already happening.
Almost 60 already.
Almost 60. They say it's only going to get to about 78 today. Whatever.
You don't say only 78 in January, do you?
No, exactly. And then 85 tomorrow, 91 on Friday, and those temps have been going up as I've been watching this morning.
Yikes. All right. 58
It's
now?
Daybreak
59.
with Jeff and Dale on KMAS News Radio. Join the guys as they talk with neighbors, newsmakers, and each other, getting your day off to the absolute best possible start in the history of mornings. Connect with Jeff and Dale through the KMAS listener line, by email, or Facebook. Now, from the shores of Hood Canal, Daybreak with Jeff and Dale.
All right, 8:14. It is Wednesday morning. Carol Gardner in for Jeff Slicky. A little under the weather, and this is nice weather to be under. I'm wondering about this.
Yeah.
Kind of set the stage.
Wait a minute.
Kind of set the stage to kind of take the rest of the week off.
Yeah, exactly.
And the weather is the best of the year.
Yeah, what is really going on there?
No. Do a little investigating on this thing.
Yeah, something suddenly came up.
All of a sudden, I'm not feeling so swell. Doctor said I had to stay home. All right, so Jeff is under the weather, and Carol rallied and showed up this morning early.
I did. Not as early, but early enough.
Early enough to help out.
Mhm.
That's the important thing. We will have coming up here in just a few moments, Jeanette Seeler from the city of Lacey. And she is also, the city is participating in a big way with the big 2-week Lacey Days celebration. Man, I tell you what, they do it right for.
Started off right.
They do. So there's athletic contests, there's concerts, there's a big barbecue going on, 4th of July fireworks on the 3rd. They got a lot. I'll leave it to Jeanette to explain a lot of what they've got coming up, but that's a pretty good idea.
It is a great idea.
So we, of course, have our oyster eating contest coming up on the 2nd of July.
Yes, we do.
And we have another candidate.
We do. We have 4 altogether, and that is including last year's winner.
The reigning champion.
The reigning champion.
Give it up for
Clayton Bennett.
There it is.
Can you eat, and how many can you eat in 5 minutes of oysters? And then you can win if you can beat the other guy.
The preparation for the oysters, ladies and gentlemen, is they are, the shell is opened.
Yes.
And the oyster the neck has been cut from the shell, and the oyster is laying on the shell.
Yeah.
And you get a dozen at a time.
Yep. And they are just handed to you on plates.
Served to you on a beautiful silver platter.
Yeah. So what could go wrong there?
Nothing can go wrong. If you need a little water, there's water. If you need a little tequila, there's tequila. If
That's
you need
right.
a little coaching, a little help, you got a personal coach.
Exactly.
A little guidance counselor right there for you saying, you're going to be sick after this. I know. All right.
You got the crowd cheering for you, too.
You got the crowd cheering. You got me barking about how many the guy next to you is eating and making you nervous. And it's so much fun.
It is a lot of fun.
5-minute flurry of activity and people cheering and going crazy. And we can hardly wait. July 2nd. Now, if you'd like to participate in this, or if you've got a big eater in your family or in your circle of friends, head on over to kmas.com, upper right-hand corner of the front page right there. Enter the Oyster Challenge.
Yeah.
Click here.
Click on it, and then you can fill out a little form. Then we get the email on who signed up. You can send a picture if you want to, so we can see who you are. So far we have Christopher Christensen. He is in the challenge. Chris. And then we have George Sharp. And we have
George, not two, Sharp. I'm giving them their nicknames already.
Okay, you got it. And then Michael Moff, and he just
Michael
entered in yesterday. Moff. M-O-F-F.
Okay, and Clayton
Bennett is entered.
Bennett, hell, I broke it.
Yes. So, that's going to be his nickname?
I don't know.
Yeah.
I'm just trying things out right now.
Okay, so we have 4 people. We would like at least 2 more.
Yeah.
We can have 3, 4 more. I mean, maybe 3 more, but at least 2 more. Because I think we had 7 last year.
There is, and it's usually 6 or 7 every year, and that's plenty. Usually it ends up being about a 2 or 2.5 person race. It is kind of cute because you go in there thinking, I got this. You get through that first dozen of oysters and you still have 4 minutes left to go. Some of them slow down real fast after that. But, nobody's ever quit. Nobody's ever stopped and walked out in the middle of it.
No, not at all.
They were all troopers. We appreciate it so much. Thanks to Alderbrook Resort and Spa to host this thing every year, and Taylor's Shellfish Farm providing the oysters. They will not be tainted with red tide, by the way. Be safe.
They will be safe.
To medium size. We started out with larges back in the day when Dan the Man Gagnon was the champion.
Okay, yeah, that's just too much.
First to tell you, those were large oysters. Those weren't no. So ideally on these eating contests, they want the small, but we've been doing small to medium. So, for you oyster connoisseurs out there, you know what I'm talking about.
Yeah, it's a lot of fun. There's music, people. It's just a lot, and there's food. So
yeah, and then stick around for the entertainment. Immediately after the oyster contest, the music revs up again, takes you right to nightfall with a spectacular Thunder on the Canal fireworks show. It is
spectacular.
Spectacular. They are spectacular.
They are.
All right, we'll take a break and come right back with Janet Seeler from the city of Lacey and Lacey Days next.
You're listening to Daybreak with Jeff and Dale on KMAS News Radio.
Stay Play, explore, and dine right in your own backyard this summer during Lacey Days. Enjoy a staycation from June 27th through July 12th. These are the best 2 weeks of summer in Lacey. From the America's Classic Jazz Festival June 27 and 28 through the South Sound Barbecue Festival on July 11. The Lacey Days calendar is packed with concerts, fireworks, sports events, dining discounts, and more. Lots of free activities for families, too. Visit lacydays.org for all the details.
Hi, this is State Senator Tim Sheldon, and you are listening to Daybreak with Jeff and Dale.
Thank you, Senator Sheldon. Hope he's in attendance today for what we hope is a banner day in the state legislature.
Yes, we do.
They get some business taken care of. All right, enough talk about business. Let's talk about some fun. In the Daybreak studio with us this morning is Jeanette Sealer. Oh, let me get you. There you go.
That is correct.
Hi,
Good
Jeanette.
morning.
Good morning. Welcome.
Happy to be here.
From Lacey City Parks and Rec Department.
Yes.
Yes. And we are happy to have you here. You were going to be here on Monday, but for circumstances beyond all of our control, you're here today.
I'm here today, and I'm going to add more information to what you guys talked about on Monday.
Yeah, Sierra was very helpful in setting the stage for us, and talk to us a little bit about the whole concept. It's between the city and the chamber. There's a lot of organizations involved in this thing.
Yes, it kind of came about thinking Lacey has a lot to offer in the summer, and we have a couple of major community events that draw in a lot of people, and we decided to just make it a whole week of fun, and then we've had too much fun. It ended up being 2 weeks of fun.
Sure.
I know.
Why not?
That's a lot. There's a lot going on. Pretty much something every day you can find to do during our 2-week period, kicking off with the Jazz Festival this weekend, going through our 3rd of July fireworks show, which has been a tradition for many, many years, and ending up with a barbecue fest on July 11th.
Wow. All right. So the Jazz Festival this weekend.
Yes, coming up this weekend at St. Martin's.
Okay, tell us all the details on that one.
It starts goes Thursday through Sunday. It is at St. Martin's. It is, I think this is like the 25th year for that event. Huge event, draws jazz bands, Dixieland jazz from all over the country.
Wow.
And it's just been a real landmark event for the city.
Is it a blend of outside and inside concerts? Or?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yep.
And wall to wall, I guess, 3-day.
Just music everywhere. And even when they're not performing, there's groups sitting out in the parking lot playing jazz, impromptu jam sessions going on. It's a lot of fun.
Oh, that is very, very cool. I know that you've got some like brown bag lunchtime concerts scheduled during the week for the worker bees up there in the Lacey area.
Yes, we do. We have a program called Lacey in Tune, which I'm primarily responsible for. This will be our 21st year.
Wow.
And the centerpiece of that is our Wednesday noon concerts, which happen at Huntemer Park. All our concerts are at Huntemer, and it's a really neat location because it is right in the middle of all the state offices and a bunch of businesses in Huntemer Park. And we invite everybody down on Wednesdays in the summer, and we just get a huge crowd. Senior buses come out with their people,
nice.
And we just have a great time enjoying music.
Nice. And that runs on Wednesdays for the next several weeks then?
Yeah, actually we start this Wednesday, and we go through, which is today. That's today. That's why I'm dressed in a t-shirt and shorts, because it's going to be really hot out.
Yes.
That's today, and each Wednesday we have a different band performing, a huge range: country, folk music, rock, Elvis. I mean, just a lot of fun music, and it goes through August 5th, I think, is our last one.
All right, very good. So that's something for people to look for.
That's something it's part of Lacey Days and beyond. And then another piece of that is Tuesday nights we do children's entertainment. So we have jugglers, musicians, singers. That started last night, and that goes through the first week of August as well.
Nice.
And then the other piece of that is our Saturday nights. See, I have a very busy summer.
Man.
On Saturday nights, starting July 18th, we do a concert followed by a movie.
Really?
So
a movie Under the Stars?
A movie Under the Stars. When the sun goes down, the screen goes down, and the movie goes up, and it's just a lot of fun to be out there in the park at night enjoying a family movie.
Yeah, that is a unique experience.
And which park is this going to be?
This is all at Huntemer Park.
Okay.
And it's, we call it the heart of Lacey. It's not technically the center of Lacey, but it's certainly the heart of a lot of what Lacey does. And it's right near the Lacey City Hall.
Okay. Very good.
Talk to me a little bit about the upcoming chili barbecue, not chili,
The Barbecue Fest.
The Barbecue Fest.
That has been a huge event. I think this is the 4th year that the Chamber is hosting that. And it is just an all-day food frenzy. There are the Backyard Joes doing a cooking competition where they're vying for the trophy. There are several professional barbecue businesses that are there selling food. I think my favorite has been the barbecued salmon, which is super awesome. You really can't go wrong. And it's an all-day thing. I mean, lunch, dinner, all day long.
There's no admission to any of these events that we've been talking about, is there?
The only one that has an admission that we've talked about so far is the Jazz Festival.
At St. Martin's?
Yep. Yeah. Everything else is free.
Yeah. Yeah. So good family entertainment.
Definitely.
And no out-of-pocket expense.
No out-of-pocket other than what you want to eat.
Sure.
And the grand finale to our barbecue fest that I'm kind of excited about, Spike and the Impalers, is going to be performing at 7. So as the barbecue fest wraps up, we roll in, set up the concert. People will bring out the chairs and blankets, and we'll enjoy a great concert.
Oh, yeah.
Night.
Good entertainment. Spike and the Impalers, very popular.
Very popular.
Yeah.
That'll be fun.
So can't lose deal.
You
there.
can't. And they're free too.
See that?
Which is pretty cool.
How about that? Do you have any other name draws for performers, for bands that people may recognize? Wally and the Beeves going to be playing?
We do have Wally and the Beeves.
Popular.
They are very popular and they're very fun.
Yeah.
And I actually plan the movies and the concerts, and I try to kind of connect the two. And what I kind of did with my movies this year is I selected movies that connected to 2015.
Okay.
So Wally and the Beeves, oldies.
Beaver Cleaver the movie. Wait, they don't have one of those, though.
But Back to the Future.
Oh,
30 years ago.
Sweet.
The
original?
The second one,
the second
is
one.
2015.
It is, isn't
We're
it?
here now. Where is my hoverboard?
Great movie.
So
That's a good
we're
question,
doing the
too.
whole. Yeah, I know, right? So when I connected the dots, and that's one of my favorite series. So we're actually going to have Wally and the Beeves on August 8th, followed by Back to the Future 1, 2, and 3.
Oh,
really?
wow.
That is
So-
Nice. All of them.
All of them.
All right.
And then we kick off our movies with The Goonies, which is celebrating 30 years as well
Wow.
here this year. And then we're doing some other kids' movies, The Muppets, Most Wanted, and Jungle Book. So fun movies, some fun concerts. It's going to be great.
All right. The complete schedule of Lacey Days everything is available on laceydays.org.
Actually, just the 2 weeks is on laceydays.org. Head to City of Lacey website.
And then they can get all the juicy details about everything. Jeanette Steeler from the City of Lacey, Parks and Rec. Enjoy your concert this afternoon.
It's going to be a blast.
And we look forward to participating on a couple of your events here in the next several weeks. So
That's right. You guys are a partner with us.
yes, so we will see you soon.
And it's just perfect weather.
Oh, it
Beautiful
doesn't get any
weather.
better than this.
No, it just can't.
That's right.
Jeanette Steeler, thank you very much.
Thanks.
All right, 8:28, and it's time for us to catch up with yet another wonderful person. What's funny?
Who's on the phone today?
Who's on the phone? Well, I didn't know. It was
I
kind of
know.
telephone roulette.
That's where you covered your bases really well. I love that.
I try to.
You do well. You do well. It's Karen.
It's Karen Shade, ladies and gentlemen.
Good morning.
And by the way, Veronica filled in admirably for you again.
Oh, I thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. She's awesome.
Yes, and so are you, Karen.
Well,
and,
thank you.
And now the only thing missing is an awesome Wall Street. And they were talking about, there's some reports coming out soon, and then so people were a little up. It's a first quarter reflection thing, and it wasn't as bad as they thought it was going to be.
Yes.
Something like that.
Yes, it's not a cherry day. U.S. stocks are declining this morning as recent optimism about a bailout deal for Greece faded as Greece government has rejected the latest terms set by creditors to unlock the bailout aid. In domestic news, the economic slowdown earlier this year was less severe than previously estimated, putting the U.S. on a trajectory for stronger growth later in 2005. And in corporate news, Montesano reported fiscal 2015 third quarter earnings well above the conscience estimate and 48% above the prior year period. Treasuries gained this morning as investors continue to weigh the situation in Greece. So far this morning in the S&P 500, the best performing sector is technology, while the worst performing sector is basic materials. The Dow Jones Industrial Average is down 39 points at 18,104. Standard & Poor's 500 index is down 0.79% of a point at 2,123%. And NASDAQ Composite Index is down 3 points at 5,156. This morning, volume on the New York Stock Exchange is moderate with 167 million shares being traded, and decliners are outnumbering advancers by a roughly 2-to-1 margin. In the commodity markets, the spot price of gold is down $5.33 to $1,173.28. The spot price of silver is up 2 cents to $15.89, and crude oil prices are up 25 cents to $61.26. In the bond markets, the 30-year Treasury yield is currently 3.17%, and the 10-year Treasury yield is 2.40%. Stocks of local interest, Amazon is down $3.46. Costco is down 40 cents. Boeing is up 14 cents. Starbucks is down 33 cents. And Microsoft is up 17 cents. This is Karen Shade of Edward Jones, member SIPC, serving individual investors with personalized attention and long-term financial advice. I'm located at 1051 Southeast State Route 3 in Shelton. And if you'd like additional information, you can contact me at 426-4590. And daily commentary is also located on our website at edwardjones.com.
Local news is brought to you by Shelton Health and Rehabilitation Center. Find them online at sheltonhealthandrehab.com.
For KMASnewsradio.com, I'm Marilyn Foster. A Shelton woman has been arrested for stabbing her husband. 50-year-old Stacy Harvey was booked into Mason County Jail on a charge of attempted murder in the first degree. Her husband, Walter Harvey, 49, called 911 Monday morning to report his wife had stabbed him and then fled. Officials responded to the call on South 12th Street and found the man injured from a stabbing. Mason County Medic and Shelton Fire Department treated Harvey and took him to Mason General Hospital. He was later airlifted to Harborview Hospital in Seattle. Stacy Harvey was located by a Shelton police detective who detained her and, after an investigation, booked her into the Mason County Jail. As negotiations on the state operating budget continue, a number of Washington state employees are being informed they're about to get furloughed. About 25,000 state workers have been put on notice they'll be staying home beginning July 1st unless lawmakers come to an agreement on the budget soon. House Democrats put forth a proposal Monday that includes no new taxes and ending tax exemptions totaling $356 million. Officials from the governor's budget office have released a contingency plan on what state offices may have to close completely if a 2-year state operating budget isn't signed into law before midnight, June 30th. The recent announcement that the 2015 Mason County Rodeo has been canceled will hit local horse trainers and ranchers especially hard, but the impact isn't likely to stop there. For many years, the event has brought fans and competitors from across the nation to the region, and many aspects of Shelton's economy will be hurt by the loss of the dollars they brought with them. KMAS's Adam J. Click got reaction from residents of Shelton about the cancellation.
I'd like to know why. You know, what's the deal? Doesn't it make enough money with the entrance?
It's just unfortunate that it had to be canceled. I think it's got a lot to do with the situation with the fairgrounds. And that's it's just a darn shame. What can I say?
Julie Gray, director of the Mason County NPRA Rodeo, told KMAS that circumstances beyond her control led to the cancellation, and they hope to come back strong in 2016. Thurston County officials have issued a countywide burn ban that is now in effect until further notice. That follows action this week by surrounding counties. A Phase 1 burn ban went into effect Monday in Kitsap, Mason, Pierce, Snohomish, and King County. Lewis County's burn ban went into effect last Friday. Thurston County cities and designated urban growth areas already have a permanent outdoor burn ban in place. Weather forecasters predict record high temperatures later this week, along with the possibility of lightning strikes, but little to no precipitation. For 1030 KMAS, FM 104.1, and in Thurston County on 92.9, I'm Mary Lynn Foster.
Is your family doing some growing? Whether it's an expansion of your home or the addition of a new family car, Peninsula Credit Union can provide fast, friendly service with terrific rates. We offer personal lines of credit, affordable auto loans, and a variety of home loan options to get you moving. Visit our offices in Shelton, Belfair, Paulsbo, Port Orchard, and Port Townsend, or go online to pcfcu.org. At Peninsula Credit Union, our priority is you.
Hi, this is Mark Hemstreet, owner of Shiloh Inns. Many of our Shiloh customers have been visiting our Shiloh locations for years, and here's an example of someone who wouldn't stay anywhere else.
Sometimes I go visit family, but most of the time I travel back and forth for business. And the best part is that I always travel with my dog Lucky, and he's welcome at any of the Shiloh Inns. I love their beds, beautiful rooms, really clean. The staff go out of their way to make me feel comfortable. Business area when I need it. Man, I'm telling you, at the end of the day, do I ever enjoy that pool and the spa? Plus, free breakfast. I love Shiloh Inns. It's everything I need.
We invite all of you to try Shiloh Inns the next time you're traveling for business or pleasure. Call 1-800-222-2244 or visit our website at shilohinns.com. Shiloh Inns, affordable excellence. American family owned and proud of it.
For News Radio 1030 KMAS Shelton, FM 104.1, 92.9 FM in Thurston County, and better late than never on KMAS.com.
Movie star.
Gilligan's Island.
Yeah.
All right, sports notes. Big game for Mike Montgomery, the Rook. He is now 2-2 on the season, evens his record with a complete 9-inning shutout over the American League champ Kansas City Royals. Good on Monty. Mike Montgomery, a complete game shutout. 7-0. Some offense, too, from the Seattle Mariners. I wonder if Edgar Martinez is making a difference in the clubhouse.
I hope so.
I'm thinking already they've had a 5-run game, a 6-run game, and a 7-run game out of the 4 games that he's been in the clubhouse.
When you want to just hit better for Edgar, I mean, wouldn't you just want to?
I would think it would be imperative that you hit better with Edgar. You know, yeah. So pretty exciting stuff. Maybe, just maybe, the Mariners still have a pulse.
Well,
we're pretty excited. It was just one win, but what the heck. All right, Ronis Elias on the hill for Seattle tonight, up against Danny Duffy. Ronis looking for win number 5 on the season. We'll begin our coverage at 6. First pitch a little after 7 o'clock tonight on your South Sound home for Mariners, News Radio KMAS. Quick mention, Sounders are in Philly to take on the Union, not the Workers Union. This is the soccer team. And the Portland Timbers are down in Los Angeles to take on the Galaxy. And that's sports notes. Here's Carol Gardner in for an ailing Jeff Slakey with a check on the forecast. And I'm just guessing it's going to be a nice day today.
Very good guess. You just have to look out the window. It's sunny outside. It's going to be 78, the high today, though it seems like it's going to be a lot warmer. It just feels like it. Right now it's 59 degrees, though. And over the weekend or through Friday, it's going to go 85, 91. It's just going to be hot, and the officials are warning fire danger because it's so hot out. Don't leave your pets in your car. Drink a lot of water. Use common sense because it's just going to be hot. 59 right now.
Okay.
In Shelton, Washington.
In Shelton, Washington. And thank you very much, Carol Gardner. Here we go. Stand by.
It's Daybreak with Jeff and Dale on KMAS News Radio. Join the guys as they talk with neighbors, newsmakers, and each other, getting your day off to the absolute best possible start in the history of mornings. Connect with Jeff and Dale through the KMAS listener line, by email or Facebook. Now, from the gateway to the Olympic Mountains, Daybreak with Jeff and Dale.
Ooga, ooga.
That sounds like a strangled goat.
I think it was a strangled chicken. All right, time once again for the port of call.
If that's what you call it.
If that's what you call it.
Yeah, we're not
Or
admitting,
other fun
we're not
ways to
admitting
torture
to that. Yeah,
fun ways to torture your pets. Welcome to another
This is the
episode.
sound of a brand new outdoor grill.
All right,
being
so
hurled
in
off.
studio with us this morning, we want to welcome with open arms and love in our heart.
I don't know about that.
Commissioner Chair Dick Taylor.
Thank you.
And Executive Director John Dobson.
Good morning.
From the Port of Shelton.
Well, things go to. Good morning, Carol. We're glad to see you.
Thank you.
Except things go to in the handbasket when he's left in
I
control
know,
without Slakey
I
here to
know.
control him.
It is.
You know?
Well, he's my boss. I can't really say. But it's actually a lot better than it used to be because we have it's a little more streamlined.
Okay.
For Slakey.
All right.
Yes. Yeah,
But,
it is.
yeah.
It's better than it used to be. It's easier than it used to be. So
Okay.
I'll just leave it at that. We don't have to bore people with all the technical aspects of it. I did wait too long to try to find your guys' Ooga, so I apologize. It's here somewhere, and I could have, with a little more preparation, I could have had it. But
A little pre-planning, yeah. there you go.
Pre-planning.
Yeah.
But
I don't know. I thought that was pretty funny.
okay, well, that worked, didn't it? And then how
Yeah.
many do I need to get out of here? Three?
3.
Okay, I'll go practice. You guys tell us what's going on. Big
right.
doings for Habitat for Humanity in August, right? Or
Right.
September 12th.
September.
September 12th.
Yes.
Okay.
Habitat takes flight.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You got a press release yesterday.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We're-
That was exciting.
I know. We're
You got
excited
the press
about it.
release?
Yeah, in fact, it's
Yeah,
right here.
there
I
it
just
is.
printed it off, and
Yeah.
we're looking forward to a whole bunch of fun and food and some free flights for some kids and all kinds of
exciting.
stuff.
Yeah.
So we're trying to assemble our team as to who's all coming in. Maybe we'll see some extra special type aircraft out there, so people can come out and look around. Looking at for some of the old car guys to come out.
Yeah.
We're talking with our radio control guys to come on out, which would be kind of fun. Obviously, the fire department,
I'd like
sheriff's
to watch
office,
that.
all that
Yeah.
stuff.
Yeah.
So, and I think there's even a beer wine garden kind of planned a little bit for that.
All
You know,
right.
we'll
I'm
keep it
okay
away
with
from the
that.
pilots, and everybody be happy.
There'd be a long line at the passenger line.
Yeah.
There we go.
So I'm going up in that little thing. I need another shot.
Yeah.
So-
So actually, it's going to be primarily for the kids.
Yeah.
So it's 8 to 18, and they'll get a free flight. And Kurt Cousins tells us he's going to be running this helicopter, so it'll be a pay for whatever, but
But not super expensive, right?
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
it's not going to be that bad. So
Yeah.
anyway, for the adults that want to get up and take a look around
I
from a
think
helicopter, I
that'd
think
be
they'll have a
great.
good
Yeah,
time with that.
that sounds
So-
like fun.
That'd
So
be-
you guys had one of these a long time ago, and you're bringing
Oh,
it back.
yeah. 2008.
Yeah.
Is that what it was?
Exactly.
Okay.
Yeah, essentially.
And that was huge and hugely successful.
It
Yeah,
was.
It was.
I mean, a lot of people came up for that.
We flew 217 kids that day.
Wow.
And we didn't get started until about 10:30 in the morning because we had fog first
Cloud
thing.
cover. I don't know.
Yeah.
If
Yeah.
all
So-
the fog will be long gone, burned out by September here, I think.
I hope so.
Yeah.
I hope so.
Well, yeah.
Well, it's that time of year too, where
Yeah.
it starts to lay in a little bit.
Yeah.
So,
Cool.
so that is exciting. So
And it's, you know, it's-
the people can
Yeah.
circle their calendar for that.
Yep.
Right. And it's
September 12th.
benefiting Habitat for Humanity.
Yeah,
That's the real
let's not
key.
lose track of that. That's
Yeah.
the
Right,
whole
that's
point
what
of the
the whole
deal,
point of it is,
and
yeah.
we are going to step up and help the folks who do so much for housing, affordable housing in Mason County.
Absolutely.
That's right.
You know, so that sweat equity thing is a really good program.
Yeah,
There's
yeah.
no doubt about that. What else are you guys up to?
Well, first of all, the blimp has gone home. But for
Okay.
those who didn't get a chance to see it, I doubt that there's too many out there. But
Man,
just go to the port's website, by the way. We had an individual, Dennis Frost, come out. He has one of those drones, camera drones.
Oh.
Yeah.
And he has done, they're fabulous. So there's about a 1 minute video, and it's got some individual shots that Brandon had taken, Brandon Palmer, our engineering manager.
Uh-huh.
And so kind of mix that up. Just go right to, portershelton.com, and it's right on the front. Just click on it and get about a minute's view of everything that's kind of going on out there. It's pretty cool stuff.
Yeah, that
So-
is very cool. And it was very significant. I actually made a trip over and parked just
Oh,
to
did you? Good for you.
to get out of the
Yeah.
car and go look at the blimp. I
Yeah.
mean, it's just something you don't get a chance to see very often. You
It's
know?
only been here 3 times in the last probably 25 years.
And
so we got it.
So much bigger than you think.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You see that on TV.
And that's the last time you'll be able to see it.
Well, I saw it, yeah, but I didn't.
You
ride it.
almost got to fly in
Yeah,
it, right? But
almost,
Jeff
yeah.
sleazed you out of the way, right?
He sleazed all of us out of the
Yes,
way.
he did. Yeah. But we rode the blimp vicariously through Jeff, I guess.
Okay, cool.
But we'll look at the drone and then.
You know, this is going to be the last time we're going to see this blimp because
Yes.
it's being decommissioned.
Oh, it
at the end of
is?
the summer. Yeah.
Oh, okay. All right.
It'll be replaced by another
A brand new one.
different style. It'll be a Zeppelin style as opposed to a blimp.
Oh, okay.
Internal rigid
Oh, the
structure.
humanity.
Yes.
Yeah,
Yes.
yeah. The Zeppelins have a structure to the to the gas bag up there. They have a framework, and the blimp is really just a balloon. There's no structure up
which
there at
Jeff
all.
mentioned. It was like you were floating around up there, and caught up in the. I mean, it was very much like on. He says it was like riding on a kite.
Yes. Yeah. Exactly.
And almost like a boat.
Yeah.
Well, and they can control that. That blimp flies with controllable engines. They're reversible.
The new one.
This one does.
Oh, really?
Yeah, you can reverse those engines just like you do with a boat, so you can put a twist on it.
Yeah, I'm talking, but the new one will actually have where the thrust on the new one will actually, you can actually change that.
Well, okay, yeah, but this one is just you can reverse the engine.
These you could hear this blimp on the coverage on TV.
Oh yeah. Yeah, it's loud.
You could hear it. Yeah, you could hear it. So it was pretty cool.
Yeah.
And you can see the shadows of it. So
well, that's cool.
And speaking of loud, this Saturday we'll be making some more noise. We have our jet car coming back in. I don't know if everybody remembers that. That's Ed Shadle's American Eagle. That's the 104 fighter that comes out.
Coming back up this weekend.
Coming back up this weekend. They'll roll in on Friday.
Going to start the jet engine.
Yeah, they're going to set it again, as you know. And I'm trying to remember the woman's name from the show.
She's got the American record for women.
Yes. In that car.
Land speed record.
Ed is setting up for September run at the 750 mile an hour.
Oh my word!
Absolutely crazy. So
don't stick your arms out the window.
That's exactly right.
So, that's
keep
fast.
the dog inside.
Man,
speed us out.
Yeah.
Is that a public viewing type? It's
not
really
too much. From our viewing area over by Olympic Air, where people come out, you
can watch it from there.
But
we don't want people too close to it, just for safety reasons.
Yeah, the thrust of that thing, and oh my gosh, yeah.
We actually, when the military was out, I was driving around. Obviously we just finished that up today too, by the way. But we were looking at some of the chains that we buried these 3,000 pounds. Blocks of concrete about 10 feet down and put chains on them. So that's what this aircraft ties off to.
It's tethered to that,
It's tethered to that. And you can actually see the chain where it comes up from the ground and then crosses over the asphalt is literally embedded in the asphalt now. That's how much thrust is being used.
Wow.
You can feel it just standing.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, it's just like, man, that's brute power that you don't ever get a chance to sense. That is all good stuff.
Yeah.
So how did the tremors thing work out?
Yeah.
Well, it seemed to go. It went pretty well. I went to the exit briefings yesterday. They had some glitches in it, but that's to be expected.
That's the purpose of it, right?
That's what it was all about, to figure out what we needed to do and what needed to be improved and that sort of thing. Yesterday they had 3 generals out at the port. The 2-star general.
You wear your arm out?
No, I didn't do that. I don't have to do that anymore.
Well, I thought you do it just out of habit or something.
But so then a whole crew of their teams and there were people from FEMA, the FAA, Department of the Mason County Department of Emergency Management, all that. There were all kinds of folks from various agencies out there yesterday for the debrief, and it went well. And the troops had all their stuff set up and running, so you could see how they manage things when it goes on, and it went well.
Yeah, good.
They had a Stryker vehicle out there that was it's a self-contained laboratory, essentially. They can go in and sample air to see what's in the air, if there's any chemical or biological or whatever kind of threats in the air. They go and sniff it up, and this thing's got analyzers and a crew that analyzes all this stuff. It was really pretty slick and very, very impressive to see how it worked.
Well, good. So that event,
that's over with.
Yeah, but that laid out some groundwork for next year's big one.
The big one, exactly.
That's June 12th of next year. I think that's what they said. Something like that.
All right, very good.
So
a little bit of a quiet time for the port here in the next week or so.
Kind of, although preps for everything else, and we got some other things in the background too. We've got some work to do down at the marina now. We seem to have another little challenge down there with some folks that are trying to, shall we say, break into our boathouses.
Oh, no.
So the cameras are coming. Just want everybody to know. You smile, you're on candid camera. That'll happen within the next week or so. So, we'll be doing that very quickly. So we'll have plenty of signs up for that.
All right.
So
knuckleheads are loose.
Yeah.
It's summertime, and we've got folks kind of roaming around.
We'll get that
It's
fixed.
that hot weather.
That's what
Gets
it is.
people all crazy.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
Well, fellas, thank you for stopping by this morning. We appreciate it so much. Got to make way for the Mariner Trivia Contest here this morning. So we're going to do that. But Ooga! Ooga! Ooga!
Definitely a dead moose.
Your goat needs some help.
My goat needs some help. So anyway, we have surfaced. We'll pretend they're not in the room, and we'll move on. Thank you guys so much for our port of call this week, and we'll see you again next Wednesday.
Yep.
Absolutely.
With more exciting news and information. All right, Carol Gardner in for Jess Lakey. We return with Mariner Trivia here in just a few moments.
Washington Democrats are doing some serious horse trading in Olympia. While across the country, solar has become affordable and created 30,000 new solar jobs last year alone, a new bill in Olympia would limit solar to the wealthy and limit solar choice for the rest of us. The state's utilities are pushing a bill that protects their monopoly, keeping the state's electricity stuck in the 70s. Will Washington Democrats wake up to the rising solar economy, or will they fall asleep at the wheel? Paid for by the Alliance for Solar Choice.
Hi, I'm Ken Slater, the Roof Doctor. If you're like me, your family's important, so make sure that they're well taken care of.
One of the best ways to do that is to provide a safe and warm home to live in. For over 50 years, the Roof Doctor has been helping families stay safe and warm by building roofs that last for generations. Our teams have some of the most experienced roofers in the area, and we only use the highest quality materials to keep your family safe, warm, and dry. That's the Roof Doctor. Give us a call.
Friday, July 24th, Lucky Eagle Casino invites you to catch up with legendary rock band Foghat. That's right, Foghat will roll into town for one awesome show at Lucky Eagle Casino, July 24th at 8 p.m. Tickets start at just $20 for Players Club members and are on sale now at LuckyEagle.com and the Lucky Eagle box office. Don't miss Foghat live July 24th at Lucky Eagle Casino and Hotel, I-5 to exit 88, Rochester, Washington, where you belong.
Hi, this is Darren Streblow. Check out my comedy show this Saturday night at 9. But for now, let's get back to Daybreak with Jeff and Dale on KMAS News Radio.
All right, Jeff Slakey under the weather. And what weather to be under.
I know. So, we'll have to have somebody go check up on him and see if he's really,
We'll check at that lake in Lacey that he goes down at. All right, so, him and Kaiser probably. But Carol Gardner's in. Thank you.
I am. And you're welcome.
Probably tomorrow. I'm just guessing.
That's a possibility.
Very likely. It is 8:52, 7 minutes away from 9.
I know.
Yikes. So, time for us to play some Mariner Trivia. So, 360-462-1041. 462-1041. Give a call now. Play Mariner Trivia and tell me, Mike Montgomery pitched a complete game shutout. No relief. How many innings did Mike Montgomery pitch in last night's game? Give me a call right now. You know the answer to that. You win Shelton Cinema tickets or Skyline Drive-In. 'Tis the season. And if you do to answer correctly, you'll be in our Friday drawing for the Robinson Cano bobblehead night on July 11th.
Robinson Cano or Nelson Cruz?
It's a Nelson Cruz. What did I say?
But Robinson Cano.
I meant Nelson Cruz.
But he just did a hit last night, so maybe that's why you have him on his mind.
All right, maybe so. Okay, so here we go. We've got a player. I got a player. Hey, good morning. Good morning. Who are we on the radio with this morning?
Oh, you have John.
Hi, John. What's how many innings is a complete game for Mike Montgomery's shutout last night?
It was 9.
It was 9.
Yep.
So there you go. You are a winner. Now you haven't. This is John K, right?
Yep, that's me.
Yeah, you're not ineligible. You not already gone to the Mariners game on us this year yet, have you, John?
I did. No, I haven't. I've been trying to call to get in, but I haven't.
You haven't got in?
Somebody's always beat me, yeah.
Well, you're the man then. Okay, no worries. Yeah. In fact, I got you down on the list. You're in good shape. You've got Skyline Drive-In pass for 4. Hello?
All right. Yeah, that's fine.
Okay. Well, quit doing so many backflips. You're so excited. and that's waiting for you here at the lobby, John. And you are in the drawing this Friday 4 Mariner tickets to
That sounds good to me.
the Nelson Cruise that night, July 11th. Bobblehead. Head, something. All right. So thanks, John, for the call, and good luck on Friday for the drawing.
Oh, thank you, and you have a beautiful day.
I will have a beautiful day. You do the same, sir. Thank you.
Yep.
All right. Talk to you soon.
Okay, bye.
Bye-bye. All right. So congratulations to John K., who is our winner today, and thankfully he got in. Dick Taylor was trying to cheat.
Yeah.
And walk in through the front door of the studio and win. And no, you can't do that.
No, you have to call in.
Gotta
I'm surprised
call
he didn't
in.
go out and call on his
Well,
phone.
when John said he was John, I thought Dobson did this. No, he was another good fan of the station. So, all right, what are we doing tomorrow, Carol?
What are we doing tomorrow? Well, we have the...
we got guests Thursday.
Representative Drew McEwen will be on. He comes in weekly. He'll be on tomorrow in the 8 o'clock hour.
Yes.
And
hopefully with some good news.
Yes, hopefully with some good news. We'll have a Focus on Shelton. I'm not sure who they're sending in tomorrow for Focus on Shelton.
Nor am I sure.
But it's always a surprise, a good surprise, so we can find out what's going on with that.
Yeah. And then we will have more Mariner trivia tomorrow. We'll share with folks some nugget from tonight's game.
Yes.
And again, we will have Mariners for you at 6 this coming evening, pregame, and then the first pitch a little after 7 o'clock. If I didn't mention it, Rowanus Elias looking for his 5th win on this season. And we get a phone call from U.S. Congressman Derek Kilmer early Friday morning. So you'll want to be tuned in for the latest going on in D.C.
That's right. And then you can find all our stories, our interviews that we have on the Daybreak show on our website also.
Yes.
We have the interviews recorded, and we'll have those on for you to listen to with a little brief summary.
On the Daybreak tab.
Yes,
so
on the
just
Daybreak tab.
Get on there and get on over to our Daybreak page, and you can. We've archived a lot of interviews from past shows. So if you've been a former guest, or maybe a mom of a former guest or something, you can always go back and listen to the interviews, or if you need to do some fact checking or something like that.
That's right.
Not like we're big on facts, but we stumble on some accuracy every once in a while.
That's true. And then if you want to eat some oysters, sign up for the Oyster Challenge. We need at least 2 more spots.
Yeah.
Just go to our website. And you can hit the sign up button, which is in the top right. You can't miss it.
We can't emphasize how much fun this is. I mean, it's not serious, but it is serious. I mean, the winner gets a really, really great prize. However, beyond that, you just got to, if you've got a friend or a relative or you yourself are pretty good at seafood quantity, get in on this thing. You never know. Carol, thank you.
Thank you.
I suspect I'll see you tomorrow. We'll see everybody tomorrow at 6 on Daybreak.
You're listening to Daybreak with Jeff and Dale on KMAS News Radio. Summer may have officially arrived only 3 days ago, but today is designated as Midsummer Day. An in-depth look at the old-time observance today from the Old Farmer's Almanac.
Are you tired of commuting to a job that makes someone else rich? Working harder than ever, but getting nowhere? Do you hate spending hundreds of dollars every week on daycare? Having someone else raise your children? With our opportunities, you can start earning money as soon as next week. You get to be the boss, work from home, and live a happier life. At Be the Boss Network, you'll find hundreds of work-from-home opportunities that you can literally start today and be earning money as soon as next week. Go to freedom27.com and start earning money as soon as next week. You get to be the boss. Get out of the rat race. Work from home. Go to freedom27.com right now and change your life today. That's freedom27.com. Go to freedom27.com and start earning money as soon as next week. You be the boss. Go to freedom27.com.
With more practical tips and useful advice, this is the Old Farmer's Almanac Radio Report for Wednesday, June 24th, the 175th day of the year. Musician Mick Fleetwood has a birthday, and this is the day traditionally recognized as Midsummer Day. While it's lost much of its importance in the modern world, Midsummer Day was once observed across the Northern Hemisphere with festivals and Thanksgiving. Before the Industrial Revolution, when winter meant long nights of total darkness, the return of the sun to its highest point was a real cause for celebration. It's especially meaningful to farmers as it marks the halfway point between planting and harvesting. And if you need a reason to go tiptoeing through the tulips, here's one. Folklore says dew on Midsummer Day has special healing powers. That is the Old Farmer's Almanac Radio Report. Learn more and sign up for our free newsletter online at almanac.com.
The Dave Ramsey Show is live from noon to 3, weekdays on 1030 KMAS Shelton, FM 104.1, and now in Thurston County on 92.9.
Here's the latest from ABC News. I'm Daria Albinger. No AC in the summer heat. That's what thousands of customers across the Northeast are dealing with today after a line of strong storms rolled through the region last night. ABC's Tom Yamas is in Washington Township, New Jersey.
Once these storms rolled through, there were about 500,000 customers left without power, but electric companies are making some progress, and at this point, there are about 400,000 without power right now. One positive note for residents of this area, the weather was incredibly hot yesterday, so the storms pushed out that hot air. And the weather right now is relatively cool, but as soon as the sun comes out, a lot of these folks are worried that without their ACs, it's going to get really hot.
Coal City, Illinois, just starting to clean up after an EF2 tornado ripped through the city this week, and it could be in for some more bad weather.
We've got our EMA team keeping us posted as to where that weather's going to hit. And so, obviously we're hoping that does not impact us. There's not a lot we can do.
City's Mayor Terry Halliday Bible study will be held again tonight at Charleston's Mother Emanuel Church a week after a gunman killed 9 people. The governor of Alabama, meanwhile, ordering the Confederate flag be removed from the Capitol grounds as South Carolina lawmakers debate the future of the Stars and Bars.
Change is already happening elsewhere, with Virginia's governor announcing Tuesday that he's ordering the Confederate emblem from state-issued license plates be removed, and major retailers like Target now adding its name to the list, along with Etsy, Amazon, eBay, Sears, and Walmart, all saying that they will ban the sale of the Confederate flag and its image. Even Warner Brothers saying that it will no longer sanction products featuring the Stars and Bar images associated with the Dukes of Hazzard. And NASCAR now saying that it backs the governor of South Carolina's call to take the flag down.
ABC's Lindsay Davis in Charleston, Louisiana. Governor Bobby Jindal entering the race for the White House later on today. This is ABC News.
You're running your business, and we at Wix.com know things can get stressful, but creating your website doesn't have to be. With Wix, you can create a professional website all by yourself. It's easy and free. You don't have to be a programmer. Just drag and drop everything into place. It's your website, your style. Show the world what you can do. Go to Wix.com and create your own stunning website today. It's easy and free.
You've walked through 18 open houses. Your feet hurt and your head is buzzing. Living in a van is starting to sound strangely appealing. But then you hear it. The sound of hope, of Zillow. You glance at your phone to see a 3-bedroom Craftsman in the right school district. It's perfect, and it just showed up on your phone, like magic. So sign up for mobile alerts, and we'll send you homes that fit your criteria when they hit the market. And to think, you wanted to live in a van. Zillow. Find your way home.
For KMAS Newsradio.com, I'm Marilyn Foster. A Shelton woman has been arrested for stabbing her husband. 50-year-old Stacy Harvey was booked into Mason County Jail on a charge of attempted murder in the first degree. Her husband, Walter Harvey, 49, called 911 Monday morning to report his wife had stabbed him and then fled. Officials responded to the call on South 12th Street and found the man injured from a stabbing. Mason County Medic and Shelton Fire Department treated Harvey and took him to Mason General Hospital. He was later airlifted to Harborview Hospital in Seattle. Stacy Harvey was located by a Shelton police detective who detained her and, after an investigation, booked her into the Mason County Jail. As negotiations on the state operating budget continue, a number of Washington state employees are being informed they're about to get furloughed. About 25,000 state workers have been put on notice they'll be staying home beginning July 1st unless lawmakers come to an agreement on the budget soon. House Democrats put forth a proposal Monday that includes no new taxes and ending tax exemptions totaling $356 million. Officials from the governor's budget office have released a contingency plan on what state offices may have to close completely if a 2-year state operating budget isn't signed into law before midnight, June 30th. The recent announcement that the 2015 Mason County Rodeo has been canceled will hit local horse trainers and ranchers especially hard, but the impact isn't likely to stop there. For many years, the event has brought fans and competitors from across the nation to the region, and many aspects of Shelton's economy will be hurt by the loss of the dollars they brought with them. KMAS's Adam J. Cliff.
What's the deal? Doesn't it make enough money with the entrance?
It's just unfortunate that it had to be canceled. I think it's got a lot to do with the situation with the fairgrounds. And that's, it's just a darn shame. What can I say?
Julie Gray, director of the Mason County NPRA Rodeo, told KMAS that circumstances beyond her control led to the cancellation, and they hope to come back strong in 2016. Thurston County officials have issued a countywide burn ban that is now in effect until further notice. That follows action this week by surrounding counties. A Phase 1 burn ban went into effect Monday in Kitsap, Mason, Pierce, Snohomish, and King County. Lewis County's burn ban went into effect last Friday. Thurston County cities and designated urban growth areas already have a permanent outdoor burn ban in place. Weather forecasters predict record high temperatures later this week, along with the possibility of lightning strikes, but little to no precipitation. For 1030 KMAS, FM 104.1, and in Thurston County on 92.9, I'm Mary Lynn Foster. It's 9:06, and now, The Thom Hartmann Show.
This is the Thom Hartmann Program.
And greetings, my friends, patriots, lovers of democracy, truth, and justice, believers in peace, freedom, and the American way. Thom Hartmann here with you. Okay, I want to talk about deprogramming America. Let me back up a little bit. Back in the 60s and 70s and 80s, I mean, it's still going on, but in fact, probably its most visible manifestation who was the 14-year-old perfect master who, essentially said he was like Jesus. A friend of mine was in his cult. In fact, my friend got kidnapped out of that cult and deprogrammed by Ted Patrick, and then went to work with Ted Patrick to deprogram others. You had the Moonies. You had Reverend Moon, who explicitly said that he was the reincarnation of Jesus. And all these Mooney followers. So you had these cults. Now, these were relatively benign cults in that they took kids away from their families. They isolated people, but they didn't lead to death. I mean, the most extreme example of that was Jim Jones. Jim Jones had a cult that was actually a death cult. He moved down to Guyana, and they all drank the Kool-Aid literally and died. Nations can be seized by cults, just like religions can be seized by cults. I lived in Germany in 86 and 87, and if you read The Rise and Fall of the Third Reich by William Scherer, or other books, I mean, I was there. I not during the World War II, obviously, but living in Germany, I knew some old Nazis, literally people who had been in Hitler's army, or who were. In fact, I knew one guy who was still a Nazi. He's now dead, but he's an old guy from that era. And what happened in Germany and happened in Japan, and we can find modern day parallels to this with Slobodan Milosevic and Radovan Karadzic and is it Bosnia or Serbia? I mix up that part of the world. And frankly, ISIS right now, and in fact, I would say Wahhabism in general. What you find are these basically death cults. They are cults every bit as much as the Maharajis or Reverend Moon's is a cult. But they're cults that involve the subjection or murder, or usually both, of, quote, inferior people. We played with this in the United States in two big ways. Most recently, against people of all races in the 1920s with the euthanasia movement, where we were sterilizing women who were mentally retarded and people who were born with birth defects. We were sterilizing them. Our eugenics movement, well, the eugenics movement actually began in England. It came out of Herbert Spencer, Charles Darwin's cousin, who was an economist, and a few other people, and came to the United States. And we did it big time. And Hitler actually used our eugenics posters about, cleansing the race, essentially, in his early campaigns in the early 1930s. So throughout the 1930s and right up toward the end of the World War II, in Germany, you had Germans who actually believed that Hitler was somehow associated with Jesus, that he might be John the Baptist, he might be the reincarnation of Jesus, and Hitler himself was saying he was bringing 1,000-year Reich. Ein Volk, ein Welt, ein Reich, ein Führer. One world, one people, one leader. Similarly, and you had German soldiers, enthusiastically, not just going off to die, but also killing people. From Auschwitz to Belsen to Dachau, although Dachau was technically a work camp, not a death camp, but a lot of people died there. I think Dachau, if you want to draw parallels, would be probably more similar to American plantations. It was a slave labor camp. And they were all over Germany, by the way. There were hundreds of them. And they were manufacturing commercial goods. So you had a death cult in Germany. In Japan, you had a death cult. Emperor worship. When Admiral Perry first broke Japan open to the world in the late 19th century, as I recall, with his black ships arriving and just shocking the Japanese. The Japanese response to Perry literally forcing at gunpoint the Japanese to allow Americans and Europeans to come in and trade with them and interact with them was xenophobic nationalism and racism and emperor worship. The Japanese had always, to a certain extent, believed that the emperor was the reincarnation, or not the reincarnation, was the last, whoever was the emperor was the last in the long lineage that went back to the very first man. And the very first man was born from the sun god. So essentially, the emperor was like, the descendant of Jesus Christ sort of thing, the descendant of the Son of God. If Jesus had had children and they had had children and they had had children and it had passed down all these generations, and the Pope was actually could claim a bloodline back to Jesus. That's how it was in Japan. And people were so committed to this man that they thought was divine that they were willing to commit suicide, kamikaze pilots, all this kind of thing. This sort of death cult, Radovan Karadzic and Slobodan Milosevic. Karadzic was a psychiatrist. He actually, and his goal was to cleanse the Muslims from that part of what was originally Yugoslavia, as I recall. And he did it by setting up rape camps where they would bring in hundreds of thousands of Muslim women and have good Christian soldiers rape them repeatedly until they were impregnated. And the more blonde the soldiers, the better. And Hitler was doing something very similar in many cases. These are death cults. You wake up out of a death cult when you realize that it was a death cult. Most people, they get caught up in a cult, they don't even realize they're in a cult. It was losing World War II that woke up the Germans and woke up the Japanese to the death cult of Nazism and the death cult of emperor worship. It was losing the war, it was losing the war in the former Yugoslavia that woke up many of the Serbs or the Bosnians. I forget. My apologies. I forget which is which. Here in the United States, we had a death cult that was running an institution called slavery for several hundred years. We had concentration camps that we call plantations for several hundred years. That death cult is still alive and well in the South. And it's not just in the South, by the way. This is why up in Wisconsin, when Scott Walker said, oh, well, we're going to make welfare recipients pee in a cup before they get their welfare. even though, drug abuse among people on welfare is actually lower than pretty much any other group, we're going to humiliate them. Why? Well, because, and he mentioned Milwaukee, which has got a very large black population, because they're black people, of course. Racism and slavery are inextricably tied. Paul Krugman, on June 22nd, in his piece, Slavery's Long Shadow, he says, as recently as the 1980s, half of all Americans opposed interracial marriage. Think about that for a second. He said, race made Reaganism possible. And to this day, Southern whites overwhelmingly vote Republican to the tune of 85 to 90% in the Deep South. Then he looked at another paper that was done in 2001 by some relatively conservative economists, actually, titled, Why Doesn't the United States Have a European-Style Welfare State? Why? It turns out, well, because most white people think that most welfare goes to black people. They're wrong, but they think that. And so there you go. He points out the 2012 Supreme Court, gave states the ability to block expanding Medicaid. Who turned such a thing down? 22 states, 80% of the population was in states that practiced slavery.
This is the Thom Hartmann Program.
Only one former member of the Confederacy has expanded Medicaid. Why? A history of slavery. So how do we deal with this cult?
They say life is about choices. So let me introduce you to one of the best choices you can make in life, Grainger Choice. The Grainger Choice product line has just about everything we need to keep this place running. From batteries to V-belts, safety to sump pumps. And with Grainger Choice, we can trust that every product is dependable and cost-effective. When it comes to making life choices, here's a great one. Grainger Choice. Get it? Got it? Good. Call, click Grainger.com/choice or stop by. Grainger. For the ones who get it done.
She fell in love with my blue eyes, but that love is dead. Yeah. Been wearing old contacts, now my eyes are all red. Girl, why'd I run out of contacts? I see nothing clear. Itchy eyes, old lenses, I can't hold back my tears. Never run out of contacts. Wish I could see you again.
Get free expedited shipping on all app orders. Never run out of contacts.
1-800-CONTACTS.
Mariners Trivia continues on KMAS News Radio during Daybreak with Jeff and Dale. The next drawing is June 26th for 2 tickets to the July 11th Los Angeles Angels game. It's also Nelson Cruz bobblehead night. That means the first 20,000 fans to the safe will get a Nelson Cruz bobblehead. So be ready to play Mariners Trivia during Daybreak with Jeff and Dale on KMAS News Radio. Stay, play, explore, and dine right in your own backyard this summer during Lacey Days. Enjoy a staycation from June 27th through July 12th. These are the best 2 weeks of summer in Lacey. From the America's Classic Jazz Festival June 27 and 28 through the South Sound Barbecue Festival on July 11, the Lacey Days calendar is packed with concerts, fireworks, sports events, dining discounts, and more. Lots of free activities for families, too. Visit LaceyDays.org for all the details.
Are you tired of commuting to a job that makes someone else rich? Working harder than ever, but getting nowhere? Do you hate spending hundreds of dollars every week on daycare? Having someone else raise your children? With our opportunities, you can start earning money as soon as next week. You get to be the boss, work from home, and live a happier life. At Be the Boss Network, you'll find hundreds of work-from-home opportunities that you can literally start today and be earning money as soon as next week. Go to freedom31.com and start earning money as soon as next week. You get to be the boss. Get out of the rat race. Work from home. Go to freedom31.com right now and change your life today. That's freedom31.com. Go to freedom31.com and start earning money as soon as next week. You be the boss. Go to freedom31.com.
Little Creek Casino is kicking off summer with a 1937 classic custom truck giveaway. Look cool riding around in your street rod truck or win your share of up to $88,000 in cash and prizes. Enter daily, then be at Little Creek to win your spot in the finale every Wednesday and Thursday. On June 25th, top points achievers can snag a spot in the grand finale.
This is Terry Allen with a look at the community calendar on KMAS. Nonprofits post your events on KMAS.com. Strings and Things, a night of music, is a free concert presented by kids. The Creighton Family Band and the Silwick Sisters, ranging in age from 18 down to 7 years old, performing country, gospel, retro, and fiddle music. It's this Friday, 7 p.m. at the Hood Canal Community Church. For KMAS News Radio, I'm Terry Allen.
Hey, Tom Hartman here, the Tom Hartman Program. Welcome back. I'm really serious about my health, as you know, and I'm doing something for it. It's called Super Beets, a circulation superfood powder that helps support my heart and healthy blood pressure, too. I have amazing energy and amazing stamina as well. The New York Times calls beets fitness in a glass. With Super Beets, I get all the benefits without the bad taste, calories, or added sugar. Each canister of Super Beets gives me 90 non-GMO beets that taste great. Mix it in water or a smoothie for a jitter-free energy boost. You'll love the taste of Super Beets, and you'll feel results in as little as 20 minutes, guaranteed, or you don't pay. Get a bonus 30-day supply free with your first order. Plus, you get the book Beat the Odds free and free shipping, too. It's guaranteed or your money back. Call 800-568-9889. That's 800-568-9889. Or log on to tomsbeets.com. That's tomsbeets.com. 800-568-9889. Okay, as Paul Krugman was saying, the history of slavery, I'm quoting Paul Krugman, is a strong predictor of everything from gun control, or rather its absence, to low minimum wages, to hostility to unions, to tax policy. That's it. He says 80% of the population in Medicaid-refusing America lives in states that practiced slavery before the Civil War. Only one former member of the Confederacy has expanded Medicaid. On top of that, you know, this death cult has, the reason that this death cult has been alive and well in the United States is because after the South lost the Civil War and slavery, quote, ended, there was about a 10-year period called Reconstruction where actually African Americans were elected to public office. They took, in fact, I think they took a majority of the political offices in South Carolina, where they were a majority of the population. They took significant political offices across Georgia, Mississippi, Alabama. And then Rutherford B. Hayes, in order to get elected president, made a deal with the South, which was occupied by the Northern Army. Right? The ability of blacks to vote in the South, the ability of African Americans to vote in the South was being enforced literally by the presence of Union troops. And Hayes's deal to become president was that he would withdraw those Union troops if he would just be made president. And he did. And that was the end of Reconstruction. Immediately, the South said, okay, we can't have them as slaves anymore, but we're going to have them as cheap labor. And the South has been the cheap labor South ever since. And all the stuff that goes with it. It's a cult that suggests that some humans are of greater value than others, some are lesser value than others, based solely on the amount of pigment in their skin, of melanin in their skin. This is insane. I mean, you got like Congressman Steve Scalise, the third most powerful Republican in the U.S. House of Representatives. He's the House Whip. He's the Republican Party's whip. He works under Kevin McCarthy and John Boehner. He ran against David Duke down in Louisiana, and what he said was, the novel, and I'm quoting, He said he embraces many of the same conservative views as David Duke, but is far more viable. That's not a quote. Here's the exact quote. The novelty of David Duke has worn off. The voters in this district are smart enough to realize that they need to get behind someone who not only believes in the issues they care about, in other words, the David Duke issues, but can also get elected. Duke has proven that he can't get elected, and that's the first and most important thing. In other words, vote for me. I'm not identified as a crazy, although I still believe all this stuff. This is the third most powerful Republican in the House of Representatives. This is the Southern strategy on steroids. This is how the Republicans took the South. So, and now we see, days after this over at the Daily Beast, Kate Bricollet, days after the massacre at a black church in South Carolina, KKK flyers are showing up with candy on people's front lawns. Included a phone number for the loyal white knights of the Ku Klux Klan, along with peppermint and Tootsie Rolls. They were distributed under cover of darkness, of course, in California, Kansas, Alabama, Mississippi, and Georgia. A message on this hotline that you call, which is based in North Carolina, salutes Dylan Roof because he said he wanted to start a race war. It says, we in the loyal white knights of the KKK would like to say hail victory to Dylan S. Roof, who decided to do what the Bible told him to do. An eye for an eye, a tooth for the tooth. They, black people, have spilled our blood too long. It's about time someone spilled theirs. If it ain't white, it ain't right. White power. That's the message you get if you call this 800 number. So what's the deal here? This cult is based on religious nationalism or a romantic nationalism. The best example of it is Gone with the Wind. And there's a great op-ed over at by Johnny Price, a folklorist, over at Huffington Post. And he says, okay, let's take on these revisionist talking points. There's this lost cause narrative. Trying to force cultural change. So the people in the apologists for the modern day, like the Stars and Bars, would say, well, the Civil War was about the economics of slavery. Excuse me, the Civil War was about economics, not slavery. Well, no, the Civil War was actually about the economics of slavery. They'll say the Civil War was about states' rights, not slavery. Well, yeah, the Civil War was about the states' right to maintain slavery. They say that's not the Confederate flag. True, it's a battle flag. It's a banner under which men fought and died to enact secession and defend slavery. And they say heritage is not hate. And he says this is a funny story. The heritage is hate. Yes, Senator, it does represent one side of the Civil War. That side, he's talking back to Lindsey Graham, that side that advocated slavery and secession, it's a flag of treason. Mike Huckabee gave a speech to this group. They've killed more people. These folks have killed more people in the United States, these conservative citizens, than Al-Qaeda has since 9/11. So how do we break the hold of this cult? The way they did it in Germany, the way they did it in the former Yugoslavia, the way they did it in Japan, the way they did it in Rwanda after the genocide in Rwanda, which again was a death cult. It's led by talk radio show hosts, by the way. The way you break people out of these cults is by awakening them to the dysfunctional and destructive and false, lying narrative of the cult itself. And that's what I hope to be doing today.
You're listening to the Thom Hartmann Program. Call 202-536-2370.
This is an extraordinary moment in America. We are finally having the conversation we should have had in 1880. Let's continue it. Hi, Thom Hartmann here with the Thom Hartmann Program. I'm really serious about my health, and I'm doing something for it. It's called Super Beets, a circulation superfood powder that helps support my heart and healthy blood pressure, too. I have amazing energy, amazing stamina as well. The New York Times calls beets fitness in a glass. With Super Beets, I get all the benefits without the bad taste, calories, or added sugar. Each canister of Super Beets gives me 90 non-GMO beets that tastes great. Mix it in water or a smoothie for a jitter-free energy boost. You'll love the taste of Super Beets and feel results in as little as 20 minutes, guaranteed, or you don't pay. Get a bonus 30-day supply free with your first order. Plus, get the book Beat the Odds free and free shipping, too. It's guaranteed your money back. Call 800-568-9889. That's Tom'sBeats.com. That's Tom'sBeats.com.
Performance Bicycle, where great rides begin, has created an event so big, there's only one way to say it. Everything's on sale. Now through Sunday, everything's on sale. Everything over 3,000 items reduced for this once-a-year event. Every road, mountain, neighborhood, and kids bike on sale. Every helmet, jersey, short, shoe, part, accessory on sale. Plus doorbusters up to 70% off. Performance Bicycles, everything's on sale event ends Sunday. Go to performancebike.com for locations. Some exclusions may apply. Visit performancebike.com for details.
And now, a touching moment. Well, staying in touch with Geico.
Just the other night, as I gazed up into the sky, I saw a shooting star. In that moment, I made a wish that Geico would be available 24/7, by phone, on the web, or with the Geico app. After that, I realized my wish had already come true. So basically, I had just wasted a perfectly good wish. Then I started to think about dolphins and felt better right away.
Geico. Anywhere, anytime.
Sunny and warm. Hi, it's Dale Hubbard with your South Sound forecast for News Radio 1030 KMAS Shelton, FM 104.1 and 92.9 FM in Thurston County. A high today of 82, 86 tomorrow, and 88 on Friday. Overnight lows mid-50s. Complete detailed news and weather anytime by going to KMASnewsradio.com. Join Jeff Slakey and myself for Daybreak tomorrow morning, beginning at 6.
Washington Democrats are doing some serious horse trading in Olympia. While across the country, solar has become affordable and created 30,000 new solar jobs last year alone, a new bill in Olympia would limit solar to the wealthy and limit solar choice for the rest of us. The state's utilities are pushing a bill that protects their monopoly, keeping the state's electricity stuck in the 70s. Will Washington Democrats wake up to the rising solar economy, or will they fall asleep at the wheel? Paid for by the Alliance for Solar Choice.
For KMASnewsradio.com, I'm Mary Lynn Foster. A Shelton woman has been arrested for stabbing her husband. 50-year-old Stacy Harvey was booked into Mason County Jail on a charge of attempted murder in the first degree. Her husband, Walter Harvey, 49, called 911 Monday morning to report his wife had stabbed him and then fled. Officials responded to the call on South 12th Street and found the man injured from a stabbing. Mason County Medic and Shelton Fire Department treated Harvey and took him to Mason General Hospital. He was later airlifted to Harborview Hospital in Seattle. Stacy Harvey was located by a Shelton police detective who detained her and, after an investigation, booked her into the Mason County Jail. As negotiations on the state operating budget continue, a number of Washington state employees are being informed they're about to get furloughed. About 25,000 state workers have been put on notice they'll be staying home beginning July 1st unless lawmakers come to an agreement on the budget soon. House Democrats put forth a proposal Monday that includes no new taxes and ending tax exemptions totaling $356 million. Officials from the governor's budget office have released a contingency plan on what state offices may have to close completely if a 2-year state operating budget isn't signed into law before midnight, June 30th. The recent announcement that the 2015 Mason County Rodeo has been canceled will hit local horse trainers and ranchers especially hard, but the impact isn't likely to stop there. For many years, the event has brought fans and competitors from across the nation to the region, and many aspects of Shelton's economy will be hurt by the loss of the dollars they brought with them. KMAS's Adam J. Click got reaction from residents of Shelton about the cancellation.
I'd like to know why. You know, what's the deal? Doesn't it make enough money with the entrance?
It's just unfortunate that it had to be canceled. I think it's got a lot to do with the situation with the fairgrounds. You know? And that's, it's just a darn shame. What can I say?
Julie Gray, director of the Mason County NPRA Rodeo, told KMAS that circumstances beyond her control led to the cancellation, and they hope to come back strong in 2016. Thurston County officials have issued a countywide burn ban that is now in effect until further notice. That follows action this week by surrounding counties. A Phase 1 burn ban went into effect Monday in Kitsap, Mason, Pierce, Snohomish, and King County. Lewis County's burn ban went into effect last Friday. Thurston County cities and designated urban growth areas already have a permanent outdoor burn ban in place. Weather forecasters predict record high temperatures later this week, along with the possibility of lightning strikes, but little to no precipitation. For 1030 KMAS, FM 104.1, and in Thurston County on 92.9, I'm Marilyn Foster. It's 9:34. Now back to the Thom Hartmann Show.
28 minutes before the hour. Welcome back. Thom Hartmann here with you. We're talking about these death cults. This specifically the death cult that is referred to very often by white people as Southern Pride. The reason why it's so easy to get people to go along with one of these cults, whether it was Nazism or emperor worship or ethnic cleansing, in Rwanda or in Yugoslavia or whatever, the reason it's, or, Mao's Great Leap Forward or Pol Pot's killing 2 million Cambodians, the reason it's so, it is possible to get people to go along with this is because there is a basic human instinct to say, me and mine first, right? If somebody in your family is attacked, you react very differently than somebody you don't know. And so there's this natural, and then, we go from family to clan, to tribe, to state, to nation, right? Essentially. I mean, there's actually an anthropological organization here. And what Hitler did so brilliantly, and Hirohito did so brilliantly, and then, on and on it goes. I mean, the same death cult was run in South Africa and Rhodesia under Ian Smith and W.P. Botha. What they did so brilliantly is they said, we are us and they are them. And we are better than them. And therefore, they should be doing, they should be the slaves, essentially. And that mentality continues to exist in the United States. Here is Bill Doris. So this was from Nashville Public Radio. This is the guy on whose property is a statue of the founder of the KKK along Highway 65, just as you're driving into Nashville. And here's what he had to say about slavery. This is one of the modern spokesmen for this slice of the Republican electorate in the South. Here he is.
Slavery was the first form of Social Security. Stop and think about it a minute. It was a cradle to the grave proposition. They never had it so good as far as job security to begin with. It wasn't the best.
South, they started passing all kinds of laws that pretty much any black person could easily break. Like you can't go on this street, or you can't look at these people, or you can't speak out this way, or anti-profanity laws, all kinds of things. So that, and the modern day version of these, by the way, is the war on drugs. This is. I mean, Nixon brought this forward too. It was just a new form of Jim Crow, and Reagan put it on steroids. If you look at the number of people arrested in the war on drugs, particularly people of color, it explodes after 1981. But the whole thing was arrest them and then put them in work camps. And most of your Southern prisons throughout the late 19th and early 20th centuries were work camps. Slave labor. And we're right back to slave labor. And, as recently as the 1980s, as Paul Krugman points out, half of Americans said interracial marriage is wrong. That would be presumably white Americans. In other words, this mentality that there's something profoundly different between white people and black people other than just the amount of pigment in their skin was not just alive and well, but was, the pervading meme. So the question, how do we get rid of these death cults? How did the Germans wake up from the death cult of Nazism? How does the occasional person wake up from these various religious cults that are so destructive? I mean, I'm sure some of the people at Jim Jones's Jonestown in the last minutes realized that they'd made a mistake, that they were part of a death cult. How is it that the Japanese woke up? My dad was in Japan for 2 years after the end of World War II, and we had a lot of conversations about this. And many of the Japanese were still, the emperor is the incarnation of God. There's still a lot of emperor worship that goes on in Japan, and it's sort of their version of our problem with people who still think slavery was a good thing. And the South wanting to have low wages and no unions and all this kind of stuff. And here's Bill O'Reilly saying, no, that's all in the past. Here he is.
Every country on the planet has racist elements with it.
What does that have to do with anything?
It has to do with it is you can't have a perfect world, Kirsten.
But it doesn't mean, well, you're making two different arguments. I mean, is it we're racist and so is everybody else? Or
No, we're not
everybody
racist.
else is racist, but we're not racist?
We don't have a system where racism is acceptable at all. We don't.
Well, no, it's not acceptable. But
Right. And that's why in the late 1970s, they passed a law to outlaw redlining by banks because banks were still doing it. And we may no longer have de jure, by at law racism, but de facto it's alive and well. Here's Monica Crowley on Fox suggesting that there's no institutional racism.
Are there individual racists in this
Of
country?
course.
Sadly, yes. Does institutional racism exist anymore? No, it does not.
Yes, it does. And it's called the Southern strategy of the Republican Party. This is not to say that all Republicans are racist, but not by a long shot. The Republican Party, just like the Democratic Party, is a coalition of a whole bunch of different groups. You got some Republicans who are just Republicans because they want to outlaw abortion. You got some Republicans who are just Republicans because they want to own 35 guns and they think that the Democrats are opposed to that. You got some Republicans who are just Republicans because they're rich and they know that the real agenda of the Republican Party is supporting the rich people. But there are a number of people, particularly in the South, and as Paul Krugman points out, this is why the South has been won over and over and over again for, basically since Reagan has gone solidly Republican, who are white racists. And, Bill O'Reilly essentially says, so what? Here, clip number 4.
the issue that I made a noise about that upset you so much is this idea that there's something crazy about talking about the fact that slavery was part of this country's history. That there are people out there that believe this, that we believe this. This is what happened.
So what?
Yeah, so what? Right. And then this is O'Reilly going off on it's only the lunatic fringe. Here it is.
Every sane person acknowledges
everybody does not acknowledge that.
Well,
That's
then
what
you're talking about the lunatic fringe.
No, it's not the lunatic fringe. There are actually a lot of people in this country who are racist, and you just refuse to. I mean, I really have to wonder, like.
All right. I mean, I have to wonder about why you can't see what's happening, because most Americans are not racist. They're not.
Really? So how many black friends do you have? How many black friends do you have?
If you think most Americans are racist, I'm ashamed of you.
I'm asking you a serious question.
I'm ashamed of you.
First of all, I didn't say most Americans were racist.
You just said it.
Well, if I said that I meant that we have racism in this country.
Every country has it.
And that if you don't have what? How would that make it okay?
It's not okay. It's not endemic.
I don't understand how that's an answer. Like that every country has it?
You can't run public policy because there are fringe elements who are insane.
Right. So let's say if there's a fringe element that's insane, we're not going to do anything about them at all. ISIS. If there's a fringe element that's insane, we can't make public policy around that. Al Qaeda. If there are fringe elements that are insane, we can't do anything about that. The Weather Underground. What'd she say? Oh, yeah. Voter fraud. Right. Yeah, no, we don't do public policy around this stuff. And meanwhile, over